Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring. Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it.
dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good morning. Time to get things going here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network. I'm Chelsea Messenger, day in for Jenks today. And if you like the NFL, we've got a show for you because we've got all kinds of iterations of what's going on in the league. If you want to bet on it, we've got our Thursday night football plays. If you like just football in general, because I understand some of you tune into the show and you're like, listen, we don't want to bet on everything. We do have power rankings. We have survivor plays, which I know is like betting light. But hey, everybody wants to know who's going to win in the NFL. So anyway you slice it, a ton of football to talk about. But then I will say last night, even though my bet was in the NBA, I found myself watching college hoops. And I was like, Chelsea, why didn't you bet on college basketball if that's what you want to watch? Because I was completely enthralled with the Arizona and UConn game. But then I was like, all right, I forgot that I have a bet in the Timberwolves and Wizards game. Needless to say, I did not watch it. And I'm glad I didn't because I didn't even win my bet.
It was a tough night for us. Just as a collective. A lot of NBA bets, not a lot of wins. In fact, no wins. An offer. We have flawless victory on the show. Last night was flawless defeat. We didn't catch a single dub. It was kind of embarrassing.
No, it's fine.
I expected better. I had three opportunities. I lost by a hook. I finally understand what you have felt for a couple weeks when you lose a prop bet by a hook. I lost it by a hook. Nikola Jokic. Couldn't get it done. Couldn't get one more rebound, one more assist, one more point. Terrible.
That's when you yell at the screen. You're like, dude, how tall are you? You can't just put a hand up and just grab a rebound. Like, come on, man, just one more. But listen, if this was college football, that loss would be graded as a, quote, good loss. Like, I can't get my brain around, the theory of college football, and I keep applying it to other things. Because as I'm watching college basketball last night, and Arizona, what a win over UConn last night on the road. They are 5 games into the season, and they already have 5, I think, top 25 wins. And some of those coming on the road, like going on the road to UConn, that environment was absolutely crazy last night. So to hang on for that win was a big deal. But I'm thinking, like, if this was college football, they'd be like, yeah, but it's a good loss for UConn. Like, what?
That's the fun of college football, though, is the hypotheticals and the still lifting your team up in a loss. If it's a good loss. It's a bad loss. You tank your team.
Right. So in the eyes of college football, that was a good loss for, your bet on Nikola Jokic. It was a loss, but it was a good loss.
He missed a free throw. They're literally free. My parents used to tell me that all the time. I'm shedding tears in studio, but also because something's in my eye. But he missed a free throw. I mean, like, come on, guy. They're free. And you're halfway toward the rim just standing up anyway. It's brutal.
Well, I mean, to his credit, it's still Nikola Jokic, and it's still a high number. So it's not like he had, 12 points? Like, he still, I'm sure, had a decent night, right?
Yeah, I mean, he still had a triple-double. So literally my reason for playing this yesterday was because I was like, what if he doesn't have a triple-double but still hits the 51.5? And in turn, he did not have the 51.5, but he still got a triple-double. So it literally blew up in my face.
I'm so sorry. I've been there before, my friend. I've had many an 0-3 night here on the show. And let me tell you, there is another day and there is another sun that rises. It hasn't risen yet, but I promise you things will get better. And plus, we have plenty of things to bet on today. Friday's usually a big card, so you've got plenty of ways to chase and negate an 0-3 night. So we surge forward. All right, so the big news in the NFL yesterday, if you care about the Cleveland Browns, but some people do care about Shedeur Sanders. It feels like he gets way more headlines than like a third-string quarterback should, and he will get the start on Sunday against the Raiders for the Cleveland Browns. So this is not a good sign of you're doing something right. So the line yesterday was the Raiders laying 2.5 against the Browns. And then after the news of Shedeur Sanders starting, the line moved to 4. That is not an indictment of good things that the odds makers think about the Browns. But I will say this. We know Shedeur Sanders wanted to start. He wants to be a starting quarterback. And here's what he said about finally getting some of that spotlight.
Fans have a lot of expectations and hope. And I would be doing a disservice to myself and disservice to the organization if I didn't feel like I am the guy. I did everything I need to. I'm doing everything I need to prepare to be the best version of myself as possible. With the circumstances, everything got to be sped up, and that's great. You know, I like pressure in life. I'm just excited for everything. So, you know, I feel like I'm the guy. I know I'm the guy, but, you know, you just have to be able to see. The game got to speak.
All right. Long, deep breath. I feel like I'm trying to read into this without rolling my eyes at first, because I think when people talk and there's already a narrative on them, it's hard not to apply that to what they're saying here. Then, did you have trouble listening to this and be like, all right, we know you're the guy. Like, you don't have to say it 17 times. How about you say, I'm just going to go out there and be prepared, and I'm excited, you know, for this opportunity?
Nah, I didn't really have a problem with that. I think there's like a weird back and forth between him and Dylan Gabriel where it kind of feels like Gabriel's been taking shots at him. So it feels like he was then taking shots. Yeah, just some sly shots at Dylan Gabriel. I don't know what their actual relationship is, but that to me, I wasn't bothered by anything that he said, but now has to go out there and prove it. Like, you just can't be doing this, I'm the guy, I'm the guy, I'm the guy, and then go out there and look like just a guy. You have to now look like the guy, especially against a defense in Las Vegas that is not good. So, like, you kind of get everything that you're hoping for Shedeur Sanders on a silver platter. You get all of the reps. That's very important, as we've learned this week. You're going to get all the reps. You're going up against a defense that's not very good, and you play with a defense that's very good, and you're going up against an offense that's not very good. So, like, you really don't have to do a ton to come away with a win. I got to figure that if Cleveland gets to 21 points, they're going to win this football game. But you got to get them to 21 points. And there are not going to be as many excuses this week as there were this past weekend where he went 4-16. As much as Jacina Anderson was giving us all of the excuses on Twitter. The back against the wall, he makes a big throw where it was Jerry Jeudy making 3 guys miss. Or the Shedeur Sanders with no reps just threw his first interception. Like, thank you for that. We don't need the extra commentary. He's a rookie quarterback. He's going to look like a rookie against Las Vegas. But can he do enough good to justify giving him this opportunity to play against the Raiders? And a lot of that is going to come onto coaching as well, Chelsea. Get him out of the pocket. He excels when he's on the move, as most young quarterbacks do. It allows them to play a little bit of backyard football, but also to not have a guy like Max Crosby breathing down his neck. Move the pocket, get him out there on the outside, and then honestly just let him rip it. You're the Cleveland Browns. You suck anyway, so like you might as well just see if he has an arm at the NFL level and push the ball down the field.
Yeah, I think it's all about like simplifying the game plan. Like, don't try to do too much. Like, I understand you want to see some of the flashes of him getting the ball down the field. But I do think he's not in a terrible spot, which is crazy to say about a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns when there has been very little success at that position in the last 25 years. But you're right. Like, you look at Kevin Stefanski, and I understand there's been this like weird narrative of, you know, Cam Newton saying that Kevin Stefanski is against Shedeur Sanders and all this nonsense. But you've got to remember, like, he's been a coach of the year, and he has taken Joe Flacco to the playoffs. And, like, no offense to Joe Flacco in year whatever it was when he was the comeback player of the year, because obviously Joe Flacco deserves some credit for that himself. But I'm saying, like, you don't get to that spot without a head coach that puts you in those positions. So Stefanski, I think, deserves some credit here. I do think he will try to make the best game plan for Shedeur here. I don't think he has any negative feelings. At the end of the day, coaches want to win games. So I just think that any type of negative feelings that Kevin Stefanski might feel in his heart of hearts against Shedeur Sanders is outweighed by the fact that this team needs to win games. Maybe not at this juncture of the season, because now you're just thinking about the future. But I do think there are some good pieces around Shedeur. Like you said, it's a good defense. And against the Raiders, like, this is one of the 3 worst teams in the NFL. So you couldn't ask for a much better matchup when it comes to a defense. But it's also 2 games in. So, like, I'm not thinking about Shedeur Sanders absolutely lighting it up. I think if he has a decent day where he limits the turnovers and he limits the really bad plays, because that's the difference in college, I feel like, is some of these college quarterbacks, they can scramble backwards for 15 yards. You're like, all right, bad play, whatever. In the NFL, you can't have that. So I feel like those are the plays that Shedeur has to work on. And again, it's going to be a steep learning curve because, again, it's just his second NFL start.
Yeah, he needs to scramble out, not back. At Colorado, There was a lot of back. And he does the thing where he flips his back to the defense to try and, like, do a bootleg as you've already taken a 5 or 7 step drop, which is not an effective plan. You can get away with that when you're playing respectfully like a Cincinnati, a Kansas State, where they have a couple of guys that are Sunday players, but not everybody is a Sunday player. Well, now you're going up against everyone who's a Sunday player. And it would not be in the best interest of Shedeur Sanders to start turning his back to a guy like Max Crosby. Not smart. Not a very effective way of trying to win. I hated that Cam Newton comment, by the way. Like, I've kind of been a fan of Cam Newton as he's made that transition into media prior to him jumping on these Embrace debate shows, because every time somebody jumps on an Embrace debate show, their credibility takes like a massive, massive fall. And it's just the nature of the show. You got to say some dummy things, but that felt like a dummy thing. You know, he should know better. Kevin Stefanski can feel, whatever he wants about Shedeur Sanders, but you're not splitting reps in November in practice. And it felt like that's what he was getting at. And as a guy that's been on many NFL rosters, both as a starter and a backup, you should know that you are not splitting reps. So Shedeur coming in, that's his responsibility to be taking mental reps when he's at practice. It's something that Tom Brady says all the time. Drew Brees has said it all the time. Peyton Manning has said it all the time. It feels like every time that Peyton Manning is doing the Manning cast and they have a quarterback come on, Stafford, Russell Wilson, like whoever comes on the Manning cast, mental reps always comes up in that conversation. And not to say that Shedeur Sanders was not taking mental reps, but to then be trying to undercut Stefanski, who, as you mentioned, got Joe Flacco to the playoffs at like 39 years old. They literally had to change the way that you vote on the comeback player of the year. The NFL sent a memo out after that saying, hey, you can't just vote for a guy because he's old. Kevin Stefanski made them change the way you vote on the award with what he did with Joe Flacco. He's a great offensive mind. I think with a full week, you'll see that Shedeur Sanders is going to look way more comfortable. I just did not love that comment by Cam Newton.
Well, it just didn't make a lot of sense. And even when you go back to like reps, even when there is not any type of a quarterback controversy, wasn't this a big deal when Tom Brady was playing and he was like making a stink? They're like, no, Jimmy Garoppolo's not getting any of my reps. Like, do you remember that? I don't know if that was like a rumor, but like it was a big deal to Tom Brady. So it's one of those things where like it's just not normal to split the reps like that. And Cam Newton should know better. But talking about this line, do you have any faith in the Browns now? Now getting 4 points against one of the – but then it's one of the worst teams in the NFL. Like, if there's a team that the Browns can keep it close with, it's the Raiders.
It is the Raiders, but my fear is, Chelsea, that everyone and their mother is going to jump on the Browns because of Shedeur. So I would rather – one, I'm not going to take a side in this one, period. Look, the NFL slate is not great this weekend, but it's not bad to the point where I feel like I need to bet on the Browns and Raiders. Like, I can still find some other value of this weekend. I would just look at some props. I'd look at maybe some Ashton Genty props. If I can get like a Myles Garrett sack prop, maybe a Quidshot Junkins prop. I don't know that I'd bet any wide receiver props for Cleveland. Probably just hold on that. I need to see him with a full week of preparation. Like what we saw against Baltimore, who is also not a very good defense. Was that because he had no reps, or is he just not very good? Because that's still very much a possibility that he's just not that good.
I would be careful on props too, just because the total on this one keeps sinking. I don't love betting on props unless it's unders when we're talking about a total of 36. So I think the total is a strong play. Again, I have the Browns in a teaser because I don't think that the Raiders are going to win by, 10 points? I don't see a blowout. So I think there's other options, but it's not going to be a side. It's not going to be props for me. All right, coming up next, we have to talk about this picture of Bill Belichick and an adult cheerleading competition. I have a lot of questions here. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on a Thursday, November the 20th. Den Day, and for Jenks, I'm Chelsea Messenger. All right, Den, so yesterday I saw this tweet and it stopped me dead in my tracks. Because sometimes you look at a picture and you're like, this can't be real, right? Like in the day and age of AI, you're like, all right, so did somebody doctor this? But the thing is, we've seen this before. So the picture was Bill Belichick spotted at an adult cheerleading competition in Raleigh, North Carolina, supporting his much younger girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, who is in said adult cheerleading competition. Which, like, that sentence, I feel like it takes a minute to, like, wrap your brain around, like, okay, adult cheerleading competitions, those exist. And then you see the picture, and, like, Jordan Hudson has this, like, toddlers and tiaras hairstyle where, like, I don't know how much hairspray was used, but it has to be a ton. There are grown men who have on, like, these, I guess you would call them leotards. And it's just weird to see because normally, like, cheerleaders, I just didn't know that this was an adult activity that people carried on. I guess it makes sense. No judgment. People play, like, beer league softball or whatever. But then you see Bill Belichick looking like himself, and, like, some of the people around him. Like, there's another guy that has on, like, a velvet blue suit. I don't know if he's the MC of this event. Then there's a guy in another leotard with a bunch of sparkles on it. It's just, we've come a long way from the days of Bill Belichick patrolling the sidelines of the New England Patriots dynasty with a cutoff sweatshirt to adult cheerleading competitions with a bunch of grown men wearing sparkles.
You are a better person than I am because you said you are not judging. I am judging. I had so many questions. And the first question was, is this semi-pro or not? And the reason I asked that, are you getting paid or is all of what is happening out of pocket? Because like beer league softball, I played kickball for a little bit. I've done a little bit of ultimate frisbee. You know what the preparation is for that, Chelsea? Show up. And then just, if it's kickball, maybe loosen the hips up a little bit, hit some, quad stretches, get the mobility going, and then let the thing rip. If it's frisbee, same thing. Show up, get the shoulders moving, maybe just make sure the elbows are right, get the joints, get everything lubricated, and then go out there. It looks like there's a lot of money poured into this. And it looks like there's a lot of time and effort poured into this. And that's a great thing in a vacuum. But what is Bill Belichick doing there? I mean, congratulations to them for making it through the honeymoon phase. And this is seemingly real. This is not a joke that we just all played along with for months. Like, this is very real. It has to be real because you're not going to an adult cheerleading event for someone that you don't actually care about. So, like, congratulations to them for finding love. But an adult cheerleading thing is odd. Like, that is just an objectively odd thing because there's no, like, what are you doing it for outside of the love of the game? At least, I knew people that did the competitive cheerleading circuit when I was in high school, but there was the hopes of going to college, maybe getting a scholarship and things of that nature. One, Jordan Hudson don't need the money, but like everybody else, like, do you go do a 9 to 5 after that? Like, you got an accountant job where you got to get lunch at Panera the next day? Like, I'm judging.
Right, because I think about, like, after the cheerleading competition and you have to, like, walk to your car or something in, like, full outfit. But here's the flip side. This is probably what people who are not sports fans think about, those weird people who fully paint themselves for NFL football games. Because we've seen it. The camera zooms in on him. Like the guy at the Cardinals game who literally had a pink painted on his face. So, like, I get it. People are fanatical about different things. And I did think about this for a second. I was like, all right, Chelsea, don't be mean as usual. Because if you're super into cheerleading and you do it in college and then there's nothing. Like, if you're not like an NFL cheerleader or something, that's the end of the road. So I was thinking maybe some of these people are trying to be like on the dance teams for NBA teams, NFL teams. But I don't think that this would be that big of a deal if it wasn't Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick. I wanted to ask you this. I feel like this might be the most fascinating sports story in the last 5 years. I'm not even kidding. Like all of the things that are involved in this and the complete opposite of what we've seen from Bill Belichick in this relationship, it is a fascinating case study to me. And I haven't even started talking about Jordan Hudson and her delusional confidence.
Yes. I mean, Bill Belichick showing up at anything on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. I assume that picture was taken on a Tuesday. Showing up on a Tuesday is crazy. You know, Raleigh is like a 30-minute drive from UNC. I don't know where he lives in relation to UNC, so maybe he like splits the difference and maybe it was only a 15-minute drive or whatever. But he's taken time out of his week of studying. Like, this is in football season. It'd be very different if this was in like March, right? Like, yeah, it's spring ball, but you can kind of get yourself a Tuesday in March. Like, it's during the year. You're supposed to be recruiting. You got signing day coming up. You got guys in the portal. You want to go get guys out of the portal. Like, there's a lot of things that are going on right now in the life of a college football coach, a competent college football coach, which at this point Bill Belichick has not proven to be. So the fact that he's now just sitting there, just hanging out, watching his lady in all of the hairspray glory. I'm glad you mentioned the hairspray thing. Do you know how much hairspray has to be used for somebody like me, whom is without hair, to look at a picture and be like, it's a lot of hairspray? You know how much I've ever thought about hairspray in my life, Chelsea? Never. Except for that like one Zac Efron movie, but I didn't see it. I just heard the commercials a ton. It's crazy to me that this is where we're at. And I would have to imagine that the people of UNC who signed off on the deal are livid with the decisions that they've made. Because, yeah, you're getting attention, but it feels like you are the joke, not that they're laughing with you.
Right. Because when I first saw this, I thought to myself, if I'm Will Ferrell and I saw this, this is my next movie. Wouldn't this be hilarious? Will Ferrell on an adult cheerleading squad? Like, this is one of those movies that would be an absolute hit in the vein of like Dodgeball, in the vein of what was the one about ice skating? Like, it would be so funny.
Oh, Blades of Glory. Such a great movie.
Here's my other movie pitch. So think about this, because I think we've had this discussion on the show before, maybe me and Jenks, is that I think if you're a really great coach, it probably carries over to other sports, like some of the same principles, right? I was thinking to myself, what if Bill Belichick, if he gets fired from UNC, he takes over this adult cheerleading squad and he brings them to glory? I mean, that's a movie right there, right? Like a curmudgeon old football coach taking over a cheerleading team. Like, get Billy Bob Thornton in there. Like, that would be hilarious.
Billy Bob Thornton, maybe Kevin James with some CGI going on. That Kevin James could say that he's the only actor in the history of life that played both Sean Payton and Bill Belichick. He just becomes the token NFL coach guy, which I think would be hilarious. I would love to see it. I just want to know, like, I'm like you. I want to know more about the relational dynamics, because I think there's the one thing that is very much at the top of this that everyone thinks of when you see a guy that's in his 70s dating a girl that's in her 20s. So, like, there's that in there. But is that good enough to be going to a cheerleading competition, an adult cheerleading competition, where, again, there's nothing on the line, and it's taking place on a Tuesday? You know what important things happen on a Tuesday? Nothing. So it's taking place on a Tuesday because the venue's probably booked for important things on a Friday or Saturday. For him to be there sitting when he's in the middle of football season. So, like, there's clearly a lot more than just the obvious thing about old dude likes hot young girl that's going on there. And that, I like, the documentary is going to be fascinating whenever it comes, assuming it's a real documentary. I need more. First of all, where's Pablo Torre when we need him? And I think Pablo Torre's in the lab right now. I think we might get a Pablo Torre podcast soon.
Yeah. I'm hoping Jordan Hudson finally goes on there. Because, again, I think she might be the most fascinating part of this whole story, is that imagine having, like, the delusional confidence to wear the pants in a relationship with one of the most successful head coaches of all time in any sport. Like, imagine the power dynamics that would usually portray, or even somebody who is the younger one in a May-December relationship. Like, usually it's the older person that has the power. But it feels like Jordan Hudson has all the power. And was she a 24-year-old philosophy major? Like, it's wild what she has spun herself into. And, like, I don't know whether to be impressed, because sometimes these people just will themselves into positions of power. Now she's a quote-unquote real estate tycoon. Or if you're like, hey, she's a bad person and she's taking advantage of him.
Maybe it's a little bit of both. I did see a video that I thought was hilarious this weekend when Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson were walking, I guess just after a game, and Jordan Hudson had a coat on, but she was wearing the coat in a way where her arms are in it, but it's not like fully on, so her back is fully exposed, right? And she's just walking with the coat like that. And the caption of the tweet that I saw was, "There's no rhyme or reason that a 70-year-old should be dating a girl that walks around with her coat like that." That's a young person game thing. That's a clear sign, because I'm sure we've all done some silly style things in life, right? Sometimes I still be making some silly style choices in life, but there are certain things that you grow out of. It's just a maturity thing. Like, you don't see, unless you are this major Hollywood icon, and maybe Jordan Hudson wants to be that. I would like to know who she studies in philosophy. I think that's something we need to get into here, because if she's a philosophy major, clearly her line of thinking has blessed her with many different things. So I'd like to know who she studied. Is she a fan of the Stoics? Is it more like a Plato? I don't think Plato is a Stoic. I think Marcus Aurelius is a Stoic. Didn't think we'd be talking about Stoics at 6:30 a.m. on a Thursday, but here we are. Thank you, Jordan Hudson, for that. I want to know who she studies that has gotten her to this position. Here I thought, Chelsea, on a Thursday, the craziest thing we'd be talking about with a college football coach is what did Lane Kiffin tweet this morning, but we're talking about Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson and an adult cheerleading competition that took place on a Tuesday.
Let me ask you this. Do you think this would be as big of a story, which it still would be a big story, but do you think it would be this big if UNC was winning games?
That's a good question. I still think we would care about it, but I think it would be more justified because UNC's winning. And right now, my first thing, because we're so deep into college football season, the first thing I thought of was, why is Bill Belichick taking a Tuesday where he's not focusing on football after we just saw Brian Kelly and Hugh Freeze both get fired, with one of the reasons being they are not focusing on football the way that they need to be a coach at this level. And a Bill Belichick is doing the same thing without the results, with a much easier contract to get out of. Why? So that was my first thought.
Well, also, you've got to remember, UNC is not an SEC school, and UNC does not have the hopes and aspirations of some of these teams that have sky high standards. So I think there's an element of that where they were happy to get Bill Belichick because it provided some marketing and some juice for their program. I'm not saying UNC was terrible before. I'm just saying it would be much different if Bill Belichick was coaching LSU. Those people would revolt. Those people would, be picketing and, coming with pitchforks for Jordan Hudson. It's just different in the SEC. So I think there's an element of that. But it's just wild. Remember going into the season, even people who knew a ton about college football, some have thought that there was a chance UNC would be good. Heather Dinich came on the show and she was like, UNC is the ultimate wild card. And now we look and she was right. They're a wild card, just not in a good way. Because that's the other crazy part, is that you would think that Bill Belichick would be great at leading a college program. Because, obviously it feels somewhat parallel. But it just hasn't worked out that way, especially what you're talking about, going somewhere else on a Tuesday. Isn't it in college football where coaches sleep at their desks and you hear all these horror stories from their wives where they're like, yeah, he's never home, but that's football season.
I mean, Hugh Freeze literally got fired for playing golf. He played golf too much and the offense wasn't very good.
He also didn't win.
He also didn't win. The offense wasn't good and he played golf too much. Bill Belichick can't find a quarterback. And I was hanging out with Jordan Hudson on a Tuesday at a cheer event. Jordan Hudson, though, this is the genius of her, Chelsea, you're right, you can only get away with this at UNC. If they were doing this in Baton Rouge, she's like kind of funny on social media, right? Like Pablo Torre's podcast got like an award or something yesterday, and she quote tweeted it and said, "You're welcome." And like that's a funny bit. Like I'm here for the humor of that. I think Torre's podcast is great, regardless of the Jordan Hudson stuff. But that clearly helped. She would get crucified if they were doing this in Baton Rouge or, God forbid, Tuscaloosa. They lost to Florida State and they wanted to buy Kalen DeBoer out. Imagine what they would be doing if Bill Belichick or the coach was at a cheer event on a Tuesday.
Yeah, they do this to coaches who have won national championships with that program like 2 years ago. They're like, yeah, but what have you done this year? We got to get to break. More Daily Tip after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, welcome back. It's a Thursday, and it's time for our weekly Power Rankings segment. And I will say, I feel like this year it's harder than previous years to narrow it down to just 5 teams. Because I'll say this, like the number one team, like spoiler alert, it's going to be the Rams. Feels like the only team that's kind of proven that they belong at the top. But other than that, like I feel like you could mix, team 2 and team 8 up. And honestly, you could probably make a strong argument for it. I should mention Denton Day and for Jenks today. But then since we've been looking at things through the prism of college football, because we just had the college football playoff rankings, I keep saying that, like, if you're not in the top 12, like, just stop complaining. You should have won more games. And listen, if you're standing at number 13, you probably ain't winning a national championship anyway. But if we look at the playoff standings right now, there are several teams, a couple teams especially, that you look at the playoff standings right now, and if the season were to end today, they wouldn't be in the postseason. I still think that they could have won a Super Bowl. Like, look at the Chiefs right now; their record's not great, but is anybody looking at the Chiefs and like, yeah, that team can't win a Super Bowl? Like, try to doubt the Chiefs again. Like, we've done it year after year, and they keep popping up in the Super Bowl and in the AFC Championship, which is now the Kansas City Invitational. So I wanted to ask you, when you look at these teams in the NFL, how many teams do you think could actually win a Super Bowl this year? Because honestly, I feel like the list is pretty long.
It's very long. I'm pulling up the odds on BetMGM, and if you just go down, right, the Rams are definite. Philly is a yes, though I would, be very hesitant. I think talent-wise on that roster, they're great. There is a coaching problem with Philadelphia right now, and I'm always a little weary of teams that are having these sorts of issues now deep into the season of what happens when they finally get exposed. So I'm a little worried of that, but I still think from a talent perspective, Philadelphia's roster is one of, if not the best in the NFL. So they're yes. The Bills are yes. Chiefs are yes, even though it feels like the Chiefs could miss the playoffs. They're plus 850 right now, Chelsea. This feels like a pretty good time to jump on them. I don't know that you'll get better odds with them still realistically getting into the postseason than what you're getting right now. So that might be something to jump in on. I will reluctantly say the Lions. I don't think Jared Goff can do it, but I think their roster is good. So I'll reluctantly say the Lions. And then this is where we get into maybe some deeper conversations, right? I would say yes to the Ravens. I'd say yes to the Seahawks. I would say no to the Colts. I would say no to the Broncos. I would say no to the Packers. I would say yes to the Patriots. And that's it. Niners, no. Bucks, no. Chargers, no. And then if you're looking deeper than that, more power to you. But that's where I draw the line.
Okay, I need to pause here for a moment because I think if we're talking about the logic that you're using here, why are the Seahawks a yes and the Colts a no? Because I think for me, it's the question is at quarterback, right? If you're saying, okay, Daniel Jones, I'm not sure if I trust him in the postseason. Can we trust Sam Darnold?
It's more about Seattle's defense. I thought the way, despite the loss against Los Angeles, they played excellent. And that's been par for the course for them. So it's more about you're right, the quarterback situation there with Darnold and with Daniel Jones is tough. Not a great quarterback situation. But that Seahawk defense is not Legion of Boom good, but it is feeling like they can win at least 1 or 2 playoff games. Darnold just needs to make sure his head's out of the sand. And with Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. I think you're underselling just a bit there. But I will say this about Sam Darnold. Some of the numbers that he's put up this year, if you look at advanced metrics, and I know that some people aren't super sold on Pro Football Focus because number one, they rank Patrick Mahomes below Marcus Mariota. So I don't know how much, credence you can take to a list that does that. But Sam Darnold has the best rating according to Pro Football Focus of any quarterback in the entire league. And here's the thing, he did this last year as well. And it's, how much do you crucify a player for 2 bad games? Albeit it was at the worst time of the year, But I do think, like, the larger the sample size is, like, the more opportunities he gets to play in the postseason, the better he'll be. Like, I just don't see him laying an egg again. Like, I don't think it's a clutch thing. I just think that, like, maybe the competition was good and it just happened to be an off night. Do you think Sam Darnold, like, lacks the clutch gene?
A little bit, but in fairness, I don't think that many guys have it. I think we think of guys that are clutch just as like a general football fan thinks that more guys are clutch than they are. Right now, in terms of just active guys in the 2025 season, I really need to specify that because Jane Daniels is not going to be on this list, but if it was in 2024, he would be. But in the 2025 season, I would say clutch right now. Still Mahomes, he's earned that title for life. Josh Allen, what we saw last week against the Bucs, amazing. I would say Drake May. In terms of like true clutch, I'll throw Jalen Hurts on there too. But that's kind of where I end the list. Like I haven't really seen it enough from Lamar. Like they lose that game last week to Cleveland if Shedeur Sanders doesn't come into the game. I would like to see a little bit more from some of these other quarterbacks, like a Darnold, like a Jordan Love. I give Stafford in there too. Stafford is clutch. So there's like five like true
been around for 15
clutch.
years.
Yeah, exactly. But there's like five true clutch quarterbacks. So the fact that Sam Darnold does not have that gene yet, I feel like that is kind of normal. Like there's not 15 guys that are clutch.
Well, I think it also has to be earned. Like I'm not standing here and saying that Drake May deserves it yet. He hasn't won a playoff game yet, right? Because look at last year for Sam Darnold. If you were like standing at week 11 and you look at Sam Darnold's numbers, you're like, whoa, yeah, he's amazing. Why would I ever doubt him? Like he looks so good. And here's the other thing. Just from a statistical standpoint, like when we bet on things, you need a sample size that makes sense. Sam Darnold has one postseason game in which he played a whole game. Is that fair to look at one game and decide like if somebody's clutch or not? Like, what if Aaron Judge played in one total postseason game and he went 0 for 3? Are we like, yeah, Aaron Judge is terrible? No, not that Sam Darnold is Aaron Judge, but you get the point that I'm making.
Well, I think for him, it's not necessarily playoff games, it's the big games, right? Like they had that bad game at the end of the year last year that you kept them from getting the first round bye. And then this weekend, he just did not look good against Los Angeles. Like there were plays to be made that he just did not make. I'm a little bit more confident in Drake May, though. And this is, if I can get on my college football playoff grind for you, he passes the eye test. Like I watched Drake May and I'm like, whatever it is, he has it. And I'm really confident that once he gets in the postseason, he's not just going to lose it.
Drake May is Denton's Notre Dame, where it's just, those gold helmets are so shiny and he can't get past it. But you're right.
New Patriots uniforms
has done nothing to like go the other direction. So we'll see with Drake May. All right, so let's get to it. Our power rankings.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power.
There's a power struggle.
After the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever!
All right, so I'm going to try to roll through these because we've already talked a lot about these teams in general. If I can get this browser to load. Here we go. The computer's not playing along. All right, here's the top 5 for me. Rams at 1. I don't think I need to explain myself there. Patriots at 2. Eagles at 3. Colts at 4. Bills at 5. I understand people look at the Colts and are like, are you sure, Chelsea? Like, the numbers are still good. And here's, it's the power rankings for this week. It's not the power rankings for the future and projected stats. This is what I think of teams at this juncture in the season. So, Denton, looks like you have a few other teams kind of sprinkled in here. Who are your top 5 teams in the NFL this week?
Yeah, so our list is very similar. I got Rams at 1. I got Patriots at 2. I feel like across the media landscape, you'll see a lot of that. I do have the Buffalo Bills at 3. Josh Allen's getting into Superman mode, and what he did against Tampa this weekend was nothing short of sensational. 6 touchdowns was amazing, so I got them at 3. I have the Denver Broncos at 4, and this is a come-to-Jesus moment for me, Chelsea, because personally, I still look at them and I have some questions, but when you stack their entire season up, and they have wins against Philadelphia, and they have now a win against Kansas City, and a very impressive win at that. You do got to give them a little bit of respect. So I got them at 4, and I have the Philadelphia Eagles at 5. I am waiting for their offense the way that everybody else is waiting for their offense, just to be fun. They don't even have to be good. They just have to be fun. And they're not fun. They got a lot of infighting. They got a lot of bickering, but they're still really talented. Boring as hell, but really talented. So I got Philadelphia at 5.
I think the Colts and Broncos kind of fall into the same category, where all season long they've kind of had to prove it to us because none of us really believe it. But I'll say this, like the Denver defense has been pretty consistent. Like their defense is something else. But I think the questions arise when you talk about the quarterback situation because Denver's offense has been very pedestrian in some of these games. Like Bo Nix has been kind of inconsistent this year. And I guess you could say the same thing for Daniel Jones just over the past couple games. But I do think in the games in which Daniel Jones has been good, he's been way better than Bo Nix. So I think the high-end potential for the offense for the Colts is better. Like think about like Jonathan Taylor and like the pieces on that offense compared to the Broncos. So I trust that offense more, but I trust the defense of the Broncos more. So like if they could come together as a team, like be one team, I would trust him. But until that day, I still feel like they kind of have their warts. And plus, they don't have the postseason experience that some of these other teams do. Like, isn't that why we kind of leave the light on for like the Bills and, you know, the Chiefs and the Eagles? Because I do think it's a different game.
It feels like the floor, though, for Denver is higher than the floor for Indianapolis. Like if things go super sideways in Indianapolis, you have a 5 turnover game like we saw against Pittsburgh, whereas I don't know that you would have that with Denver. But they are a defense first team. And man, the way that they had a great defense years ago, let all them dudes go, and have now built up another great defense is unfair. They recycle, rinse, recycle, repeat. It's really impressive in Denver.
Well, and also if you're doing like position by position, if head coaching matters, Sean Payton, I feel like, has the upper hand over Shane Steichen, which Shane Steichen's done a great job. But I think I'd trust Sean Payton just a touch more. All right, hour 2 is coming up next, and we'll start with our best plays in Thursday Night Football. Bills, Texans. That's after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here's Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 starts right now on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite plays in Thursday night football. Should be a good one, or at least we're hoping so. The Bills squaring off with the Texans. So, Den, as I usually do, I always look at like the numbers and like where the matchup spots make sense for props in Thursday night football. And as I'm scrolling through a lot of these stats, I understand we're going to be talking about the Texans and Bills in just a second, but like some of these defensive numbers for the Denver Broncos this year, my goodness, like it's
Crazy.
Wild some of the numbers they're putting up. So they have 49 sacks this year as a team. That is the best mark in the NFL by far. Like the next closest team is the Falcons at 34, Steelers and Browns 33 and 32 respectively. But I understand, like especially when it comes to defense, that sometimes, you know, some of these metrics are tough to measure because there's like quarterback pressures and hurries and whatever. But like this is one where like the eye test matches up with the numbers. Like nobody's looking at this Broncos defense like, well, that's kind of an outlier. No, this Broncos defense has been absolutely something else.
And they have a lot of games left. So the NFL record for most sacks in a season was the 84 Bears. They had 72. Now, they didn't play 17 games, but they played 16. The most sacks in a 17-game season is the Philadelphia Eagles in 2022. They had 70. It feels like that number is well within reach for Denver for the final stretch of the season. And if my memory serves me correct, the 2022 Eagles, they finished their season not exactly how they wanted, but in the game that they wanted to finish their season in. You know, defense is really, really important in that process.
Absolutely. And it's just wild across the board. It's not just the sacks, it's the yards per attempt. And the Broncos passing defense has only given up 9 touchdowns while also adding 6 interceptions. Like those are crazy numbers. So here's the thing, like Bo Nix doesn't even have to be that good. And I will say, if there is a coach that's great at getting a quarterback to just be a game manager, as we saw last year with the Broncos, I feel like it's Sean Payton. Like, hasn't he won games with like, oh, who's the quarterback in New Orleans that's like a tight end as well?
Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill.
The speedster.
Games with him. Oh, so I do think I have faith in Sean Payton in that regard. It's shaping up to be a really interesting postseason in the NFL this year. But speaking of, one of the contenders is set to play tonight. And here's the thing about the Bills. Like, it's wild to me for a team led by somebody who is steady and consistent as Josh Allen. The Bills have kind of been all over the place this year. Like, from losing to the Dolphins, and even the other matchup against the Dolphins, they squeaked by in that one as well. And then you see Josh Allen score 6 touchdowns by himself. And you're like, all right, well, that's par for the course. So I don't know which Bills team to expect tonight, but the odds makers are expecting Buffalo to win this game and handily. Buffalo 6-point road favorites tonight in Houston, total of 43.5. And I was just mentioning that I was looking at defensive numbers. I think the reason this total is so low because the Texans defense has been really good. One of the best scoring defenses in the NFL. And as far as yards per attempt, this is not a secondary that's going to be an easy matchup for Josh Allen and company. The Texans lead the NFL in yards per attempt, giving up just 6 yards per attempt through the air. But it's Josh Allen. And I feel like if anybody can be a matchup nightmare for any defense, it's probably Josh Allen. But I'll say this about the Bills as well. They have a ton of injuries when it comes to their receiving core, including Dalton Kincaid, their star tight end, not playing for this one. So, when you look at this line of 6 points, which is sizable in the NFL, and a total of 43, which is low in the NFL, can you make a case for the Texans? Or do you look at Josh Allen and you're like, I'm not betting against that guy?
I can definitely make a case for the Texans, especially because it's not on the money line. If it was on the money line, I could not do that. But I find them to be the more challenging side just from a long-term perspective. Like, we know what Buffalo is. They're going to make the playoffs. They're going to compete for a championship. This is year 3 now with C.J. Stroud. That defense is really good, and they're third in their division behind the Colts and the Jags in a division that they were not a massive favorite in, but they were a pretty noticeable favorite in that division at the beginning of the year. And this is going to be year 3 for C.J. Stroud, which means he's eligible to get paid this offseason. And I feel like you can't fake the amount of pressure that comes with that. And I think that the team that is going to have more to play for tonight is going to be Houston. Desperate maybe isn't the right word, because you lose this one, you're 5-6. You can still turn 5-6 around in the AFC, but you do have to start kind of looking at everybody else and how many wins is it going to take to get into the postseason right now in the AFC? And the answer is likely going to be at least 10, probably 11 to get in, which means Houston needs to have this one. So I look at them and I say that's a desperate football team with a quarterback that is, C.J. Stroud is going to get paid. I'm not suggesting that he's not, but is he going to reset the market? Because remember, after that rookie season he had, it felt like he was going to be the first quarterback to get $65, $70 million per year, and we aren't having those conversations now. Like, they might be able to get away with paying him just a little bit over what they paid Brock Purdy out there in San Francisco, and keep Dak as the highest paid quarterback at $60 million. I think Houston's way more desperate tonight, so that does kind of have me leaning in their direction to at least cover the 6 that they're being given.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it is Davis Mills who's going a quarterback for the Texans in this one. And I think a lot of people will see that.
Again?
And they'll say, yeah, and they'll say, at least that's what the odds makers think, because we do have props on Davis Mills. So usually the odds makers are pretty right on that one. But I'll say this. I think a lot of people will see this game and they'll see Davis Mills v. Josh Allen. They're like, what? 6 points? The Bills are going to blow them out. But I don't think that's necessarily fair. And it's a team game. And like I mentioned, this is a tough matchup for the Bills when you're talking about this Texans defense against the pass. But you look at Davis Mills and they've put their full faith in him to throw the ball. He's thrown it for 41 and 45 times over the last 2 games for 274 and 292. Again, that was against the Titans, which are a terrible defense, and they only scored 16 points. So in the red zone, I don't know how much you can trust this Texans offense. But I do think that Davis Mills is a fine backup. He's not, the level of bad as some of these Browns backup quarterbacks. But I do think that maybe he can keep it close. And I'll say this, the Bills defense we have seen has some real flaws this year, especially against the run. So if they can get their running backs going, I don't know how much I trust Woody Marks. Maybe you say, okay, maybe give Nick Chubb a little bit of the carries tonight, because you can run the ball against the Bills. We've seen that. If the Dolphins can do it, you would think that maybe the Texans can as well. So that's the thing. You look at the Bills, and of course the figurehead is Josh Allen, but this has not been a team without flaws this year.
So I can't believe Davis Mills was playing and not C.J. Stroud. Yuck. Nick Chubb right now, his carry prop is 5.5. If you know this team is defensively limited at stopping the run, I feel like you have to turn to him. You throwing with Davis Mills is, as you mentioned, fine. He's had success, but I don't feel like that's a formula for winning. If you want to challenge Buffalo, your best bet is going to be 1, limiting the amount of time that Josh Allen is on the field. And then 2, just generally running on the defense. If you can get Nick Chubb at over 5.5 carries at -120, I'd be very interested in that. Woody Marks is getting 15.5 carries according to BetMGM. That's a +100 bet on the attempts. That one I could see, as well, maybe pair those up together, but I feel like this feels like a Nick Chubb game. So I want to see Nick Chubb get the football and just see what he can do. See if he can turn the clock back just a little bit. I know he's not the player he once was in Cleveland. See if he can turn the clock back just a little bit.
Well, and also the numbers are a lot lower. Like, here's what my stance is. Okay, last game, Woody Marks was running back number 1. He had 18 carries for 44 yards, which if you do the quick math, that's not a good clip. 2.4 yards per carry against the god-awful Tennessee Titans. So if I'm coaching the Texans, I say, hey, maybe we split the carries a little bit more equally and we give Nick Chubb a chance, especially against this Bills defense. And plus, like, what else do you have to lose? Like, I don't know, try something different. So you look at the numbers for Nick Chubb, and like you mentioned, the carries are a lot lower at 5.5. Let's see what his rushing prop is. I don't know why they make this so hard to find, but I think it's something pretty low. Like, I want to say it's 20.5. At least that's what it was last night. So I think you go with that for Nick Chubb tonight instead of Woody Marks, because somebody's going to be running the football. Maybe it's Davis Mills. Who knows? He's been running the football a little bit as of late. All right, so Nick Chubb is 20.5, over-reduced to -115. I think that's a really solid play just because the number's so low. The Bills have been terrible against the run, giving up the second most yards per carry of any defense in the NFL against the run. The only negative factor, which I usually like all the factors to align, is the fact that the Texans are probably not going to be playing in a positive game script. You know, usually I'm not somebody who likes playing running backs on the losing side, but it's just the matchup kind of screams it here. So I do think it's worth the play, especially at 20.5.
They're not going to be playing positive game script, but I think because their defense is good enough, they'll still be in a position to where they're running the ball into the fourth quarter, which is going to very much benefit us. Because I'm tailing you on this one. Like, I'm gonna ride with Nick Chubb. I just don't know enough about Woody Marks. And you look at Chubb's numbers over the past couple of games. You know, he only carried the ball 3 times against the Titans, but he had 17 yards. You got to give him the football more, right? But he's averaging just under 4.5 yards a carry on the season in limited touches, but 4.2 yards a carry on the season for a Houston Texans team, and now you're going up against a defense that can't stop the run very well. This feels like it is going to be a Nick Chubb kind of game for whatever that looks like in 2025. I mean, his high this year in yardage is 61. That came against Baltimore almost 3 months ago now at this point, or 2 months ago at this point. So it's been a little bit, but I'm in favor of riding with Nick Chubb, especially because that number at 20.5 is pretty low.
Okay, so on the other side, let's look at some Bills props, because I think we've decided that we're not like huge on a side or a total in this game. And please stop me if I'm wrong. But let's go to props on the Bills side of things, because as we mentioned, the Texans are really good against the pass. And I do think they're going to bring some type of pressure against Josh Allen. So I think the way to go for the Bills is you either look at Josh Allen to take over this game with his legs, because we know he's fully capable of doing that. This is a primetime game as well. I think that kind of leans towards quarterbacks going with the over for their rushing props. Or you can go with like the short and dumpy passes to the running back. Because again, it's a short week. This is a tough defensive matchup. And maybe you just dump it off to somebody like, I don't know, James Cook, who has not had some like banner games through the air. But still, like, you're getting a low number on James Cook tonight. Receiving prop, I believe, is 15.5 for him. So I feel like he can clear this in a couple catches. So I think those are the routes you go, because again, like I mentioned at the top, there are a ton of injuries to the receiving core, and even guys who have missed like a couple practices this week, like Khalil Shakir. I don't think has practiced in any of these practices this week. So I think that the receiving core is going to be thin. The pass defense is really good. So the way to play the Bills is like on the ground or the short and dumpy passes to the running back.
I'm in agreement with that. Now, I know you don't love touchdown props, but you can get a very nice number for one Josh Allen if you want to get crazy.
Sold.
Now sold. You're right. But you can get him to score 2+ touchdowns, which would be him taking the game over with his legs at plus 525. He's done that 4 times already. He did that 3 times last week, right? Just getting into the end zone. It feels like against a defense that is the caliber of Houston, when he does not have his tight ends, because we know Josh Allen loves tight ends, not having his tight ends, it feels like that is a really good number for the personnel that Buffalo is going to be trotting out onto the field on Thursday. I know you're not a touchdown prop player, but I might be very interested in a big swing with Josh Allen at plus 525 to score twice.
I feel like that's a good risk-free bet, or if you get some type of a promo bet, those are the ones you swing on. But I'll say this. I don't mind touchdown bets, especially if it's a high total, but this total is 43.5. So it's not my favorite play when they're not expecting a ton of touchdowns. If it's a Lions game against the Commanders, sure, pepper those in, baby. But we'll see. Maybe it is a high-scoring game. Who knows with the Bills and Josh Allen. All right, coming up next here on the show, time to play True or False, NFL edition, next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're off, we're running, and we are caffeinated and ready to go here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Den Day, and for Jenks. In a few minutes here on the show, we'll play True or False, NFL style, with some of the narratives floating around as of week 11. But then we've been having a coffee-heavy conversation.
Yes.
I want to ask you this. Are you a big seasonal coffee drinker? Because you mentioned peppermint mocha flavors of coffee, and I was like, oh, you're speaking my language, brother. Especially this time of year, which I know we're not officially in the Christmas season, but I think I've made the switch from pumpkin things to like peppermint mocha. I think the time is now.
Well, yeah, I mean, Starbucks did the Red Cup Day. So when they do the Red Cup Day, you're basically in Christmas season. That's how I view that. So yes and no. I do not like peppermint things, so I don't partake in any peppermint-related coffee drinks. But they do have some other drinks, some snickerdoodle drinks that I think are pretty good. There's some creme brulee, sugar cookie, gingerbread lattes I can get down with. So I become more of what I would call a mature coffee drinker over the years. When I was a very big novice, which means I didn't know what anything was. Yeah, I just walked into Starbucks and I was like terrified with what the menu looked like. I would like the apple shaken espresso that Starbucks would give, but now because I'm a little bit more mature, I branch out a little bit. I do get into some of the other stuff. I have an advent calendar of coffee coming, hopefully either today or tomorrow, that my wife and I are going to share, partake in, and enjoy. So I'm excited about that. I'm an advent calendar guy now. I wasn't really before, but when you get married, you do advent calendar things.
Well, I'll do it if it means trying different flavors of coffee every day. Like if there's no like religious spin to it, it's just coffee. You're like, yeah, I'm in. That sounds awesome. But it's wild how much coffee I feel like has grown over the past 5-10 years. Like I don't remember this being a thing for our parents. Like I don't remember my mom ever stopping to get coffee. Now, granted, my mom doesn't drink coffee to this day. But it's wild. Like this is what everybody's little treat is now, is coffee.
So, when I was younger, and not that much younger, I'm talking like when I was in college, right? I would come home for Thanksgiving, Christmas, summer, whatever, and my mom would be drinking coffee, but she would be drinking. At the time, it was fine for me, Chelsea. Now I would vomit. She would be drinking the instant coffee. And my coffee palate is way too good for your just little spoonful of instant coffee that you then have to stir up. I got to have the real deal now. I'm a snob. I become a little too bougie. I'm too big for my britches. I can't do instant coffee, but that's the only coffee my mom drinks unless I have to make her, which now I will. I be grinding my own beans and stuff at home. I'm a psycho about it. But she only would drink instant coffee. She wouldn't go to Starbucks or nothing.
Well, because it didn't used to be a thing either. So this is how they were living life. So now that they are used to that life, they don't need the extra things. Maybe they do, but it's funny that you mentioned that because my dad was taking care of Blake this weekend while we were at that wedding, and he just brought over a big tin of Folgers. Just the original tin. That's what he was drinking. I was like, Dad, are you sure you don't want my Starbucks or my Tim Hortons or whatever bougie brand that I had? He's like, no.
Wait, you guys got a Tim Hortons in Nashville?
Dark roast.
Or you just talking
no,
the bag?
No, we have the bags. Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately, we do not have a Tim Hortons. It's amazing.
That's crazy if you had one of those in Nashville.
I think they're putting one in 20 minutes away, but it's not close to us. All right, David, let's bring you in for true and false. And first, before we start with football, tell us what your coffee drink is.
I do not drink coffee. Never have, never will.
Oh, boo.
Boo.
Not even espresso martini? Come on, David.
No. Listen, I don't need coffee to get myself energized for the mornings. I'm high on life, baby.
I just like the taste. I'm a sucker for the taste of it.
Okay, so here's the backstory to this. When we lived in Pennsylvania, we used to travel out to Illinois because my parents are originally from Illinois. Every twice a year, and we'd leave at dawn, if not earlier. And my parents would always make a thermos of coffee, and they would crack that open, and it would literally nauseate me. And to this day, it still does. So that's probably where my coffee came from.
We are on such different sides. I will walk by. We have like a drawer of all of our coffee beans because, again, I grind them. I just take them out and I huff them, and then I put them back in and just keep walking.
He's a coffee fiend. All right, I suppose we'll talk a little football. All right, David, let's get to some of these trues or falses.
All right, I'm going to come right back to you, Chelsea. Drake May at plus 175 will win the NFL MVP this year. True or false?
I think there's a good chance that this is true. As much as I think Matt Stafford should win it, I feel like if it's close, here's where narratives play a factor in this one. I feel like since the Patriots have had such a turnaround this year, and a lot of it has been on the shoulder and the arm of Drake May, like writers and voters love a good storyline. So it's impossible to ignore what Drake May has been doing. And even the eye test matches up as well. Like when you watch some of these throws, you're like, dang, like that doesn't look like a young quarterback who's throwing these throws. So you can say the same thing about Matt Stafford. And I do think Matt Stafford is more deserving, especially at this juncture in the season. But I'm going to say true. I think there is definitely a pathway in which Drake May wins MVP.
I'm going to go false. I'm on Team Matt Stafford. I think the way that he's been playing in Los Angeles has been unbelievable. Yeah, he's turning the clock back, which is really, really impressive. I do think Drake May will be very, very close, but I'm curious to see what happens when he does eventually have that first multi-interception game. You know what's going to happen at some point. He's a young quarterback. Someone's going to get to him. So what happens when he has that first multi-game interception? How does he respond from that? Matt Stafford is at the point where I think this past weekend was a bad game for Matt Stafford, just the eye test, but then you look at the numbers and not a bad game. So I think he might have graduated past some of that. It does almost feel like Matt Stafford is playing in a like prime Aaron Rodgers kind of way. Like remember when Aaron Rodgers would be throwing a crazy amount of touchdowns, but he's just not turning the football over? That's kind of what Matt Stafford's feeling like right now. So I'm going to say false. I think Stafford's going to end up winning it.
All right. I'm actually going to agree with Chelsea here. I know, shocker, right? And there's one reason and one reason only. Has anyone looked at the schedule for the Patriots? The rest of the schedule?
Got some easy games. Yeah.
Bengals, Giants, Bills, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins. Tell me where there's a good defense there. Tell me where there's a good defense there.
Well, and here's the other thing, David, is that maybe we're past this, but didn't we used to look at Matt Stafford as like a gunslinger? Like, do you get the point that I'm making is that, like, sometimes he has taken risks, and maybe it's not been over the past, couple seasons, but do we see an avenue in which Matt Stafford loses this award? Like, is there any way that he has a multi-interception game? Like, I don't really see it, but if I'm playing devil's advocate, I'm throwing that in there.
I think that's definitely possible. My question would then be, if you just listed out Drake May's close to the season, not a lot of great games in there, not a lot of great teams in there where I feel like Matt Stafford might get the benefit because you're going to play Tampa Bay, you're going to play Detroit, old stomping grounds, you're going to play Seattle again. There are opportunities for Matt Stafford to play really big and bigger, more meaningful games. So I do think that might help him. That lackluster schedule at the end could really hurt Drake May.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just throw this one out there as well. It doesn't it feel like Matt Stafford is always one throw away from his arm falling off? Like
yes.
It legitimately,
he could get hurt.
legitimately, and that's my worry. All right, let's go on to the next one. This one's coming at you, Denton. The Kansas City Chiefs will make the playoffs. Yes is minus 200. No is plus 165. True or false?
I'm going to say false. I don't think you're going to do it. I hate to be the guy that's like preying on the downfall of the Chiefs. I don't think they're going to do it. They don't look like a confident team. And I think this is the first time with whatever happened last year when their offense was struggling, there was still a level of confidence with them. I don't know that they're a confident football team right now, which is crazy because they should be. But that's something to get about that loss against Buffalo. I thought they were going to have a big-time rebound against Denver, and they did not have that big-time rebound against Denver. And they played the Broncos again. They played the Chargers again. We've talked about that Houston defense. They play the Houston defense again. They got Indianapolis this weekend. And you got to start counting, hey, how many wins are you going to need to get into the postseason in the AFC? I think bare minimum, that number is 10. But because everyone else is playing so well, that number might jump to 11. And I don't know that they have 11 wins in them. They'd have to go 6-1 the rest of the way. And this does not strike me right now. I know Mahomes is Mahomes, but this doesn't strike me as a team that is capable of going 6-1 right now. So I'm going to say no.
I feel like this is a tough one because you look at the Chiefs and you're like, okay, they're not going to miss the postseason, right? Like, they play in the AFC Kansas City Invitational Championship every single year, it feels like. But if you simply boil it down to the numbers, if you look at Next Gen Stats, they're giving the Chiefs a 52% chance to make the postseason. And if you look at these odds, the yes is minus 200, the no is plus 165 because a lot of times sports betting is simply an equation and it's a math problem, as unfun as that sounds. So I think based on this price, you probably should be betting against the Chiefs, right? Like, there's a good chance that they probably do make the playoffs, but at minus 200, I ain't betting on that.
No.
I'm on the same page as everybody else. You look at their schedule, they still have to play the Broncos, the Chargers, and let's just throw the Colts and the Cowboys in there because, the Cowboys did look better. Can they win? Go 6-1? Because I think Denton's right. I think an 11-win team is a wild card team, not a division champion.
Especially with Denver at 9-2.
9-2, and you got San Diego. Jeez, the Chargers at 7-4 already. So, all right, let's get one
crazy.
more.
Yeah,
let's get one more in real quick. Chelsea, I'm coming to you. Myles Garrett will break T.J. Watt and Michael Strahan's single-season sack record. True or false?
Ooh, this is a tough one because I feel like this is a long-standing record for a long time. With TJ Watt getting it into 2021, tying the record, I don't know because I don't think sacks are usually go in a straight line. I don't think it's something where like he's guaranteed to have like this amount of sacks. It's not like touchdowns where sacks are kind of tricky. But I do think there is a good chance because like you said, he's on pace for 25.5. And oh, by the way, they played the Raiders this week, who cannot protect Geno Smith, and Geno Smith can't protect himself. So there is a good chance that Myles Garrett continues to stack sacks with this game. So I'm going to go true. I think there is a pathway for it, but I wouldn't bet on it.
I'm going to bet on this if I can find this. He is going to break this record, and he is going to break it in a way where all of the old heads don't get upset. All the old heads are so mad. Like, oh, you're breaking records, but you get another game. He's going to be so far ahead of that number that Strahan and TJ Watt have that you're going to have to just, hey, that guy's the GOAT. That guy's the best. He's at 10 over the last 3 games, and as Chelsea mentioned, he's playing the Las Vegas Raiders, who cannot save their quarterback to save their own lives. They cannot block anybody, and they haven't played the best defensive end potentially in the history of the league. We'll see when all is said and done. But he's set records this year because he's now had 6 years in a row of 12 sacks. He has 15 already, which is one shy of his career best of 16. I think he's going to go just ballistic on the Raiders this weekend. Honestly, he might get to 20 this weekend. I mean, he's had 4 in like the past 3 games. Twice in the past 3 games. This guy's he's a machine. He's going to break this record. He's going to break it with ease, and then he's still going to complain about being on a bad football team when he knows that he took that money.
Right, like he got paid a Brinks truck full of money. I was going to ask you this. Do you think it was the right move for the Browns to keep him? Like, on the surface, you're like, duh, he's a generational talent. But when you're talking about a Browns team that, like, has a lot of needs, I don't know. I don't think it's that simple of a conversation.
No, they should have traded him to the Washington Commanders.
Oh, because you're a fan of the Commanders.
I mean, I just think the fit would have been so great there in Washington. I mean, you have to keep him to keep butts in seats. Shador, you get like 1 or 2 games potentially before people see through the alleged facade, right? Like if he plays bad this weekend and the next weekend, people are going to stop caring about him. You're never going to stop caring about Myles Garrett.
Wasn't there like a short rumor that said he might go to the Eagles? Like, can you imagine that defense with Myles Garrett? That wouldn't even be fair.
Nightmare
Like, they
fuel.
should be like, no, we're going to veto this. All right, Survivor picks are next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, it's coming up next here on the show. It's time to play Survivor. Who wins outright in the NFL this week? Feels very simple, but as we know, the NFL is the ultimate league of parity, and sometimes it's not. It's a little bit more tricky than you would think. Din Day and for Jenks today. Din, I was going to ask you this. When's the last time you did a money line parlay in the NFL? I don't think I ever do these. Just because it feels to me like if you like a team to win, like and they're short, favorites, like
You
2.5 point favorites. Yeah, you just take them. Like, don't combine it with other things because, like, the more legs that you add to a parlay, the harder it is to win, obviously. And the odds do reflect that. But I think I would be more aggressive in moneyline parlays when it came to, like, college football or, like, college basketball when I do feel like the discrepancies are bigger as opposed to the NFL when it feels like any team can lose on any given week.
I am a moneyline parlay guy. And I say I'm a moneyline parlay guy because I've hit 2 of them this year in the NBA. So I'll play it in basketball where I don't have to worry about the spread. I can take a Thunder minus 11,000 and somehow get that up to something reasonable. I stay away from those. They're much shorter numbers. But I did hit one last week, I think. It was like a 4-team moneyline parlay. It paid out at plus 300. So it was halfway decent. I don't do it in the NFL, though. I'll tease occasionally, but that's it. I don't do money line parlays or anything like that. If I like a side, I like a side. If not, maybe I'll find a prop. We've talked a lot about props today. I'll take that avenue. I can't do the money line stuff in the NFL.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I'm always like thinking if I should be like broadening my horizons because in this day and age, there are so many ways to bet on things. That, like, somebody will, like, throw out a bet, and you're like, I have never even thought of that. Like, when I started betting on, like, kicker props, I'm like, whoa. Or, like, the Super Bowl, when there's literally 1,000 props, and it's like, what coach calls the first timeout? And you're like, there's actually data on this. And this coach loves calling timeouts early, and this coach holds on to his timeouts. So I was just thinking that. I was like, why don't I do moneyline parlays? But I feel like it makes sense, especially in the NFL, where again, like we've seen weeks in which the Bills have lost to the Dolphins and so on and so forth. I feel like the Bills always do that like once a year, though. I feel like there's been years where they've lost to like the Jags or like really bad teams. So maybe that's just the Bills, but like we've seen it with other teams too, where big moneyline favorites can lose outright. Or how about a tie? I remember taking the Packers in Survivor against the Cowboys, and that game ended in a tie, and you guessed it. That is an L in Survivor. So I guess it happens across the league.
I still hate that the NFL even allows ties. It's such a soccer thing. This isn't a soccer league. Just play it. I don't care what the television deal says. Just play till there's a winner. Let's live.
Right. And I don't want to read records like 3-5-1. I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that. I wish I could get timeout props during regular games. Maybe I had to dive into that. Because I'll tell you, I'd make a lot of money on some timeout props with the team that I support because they'd be blowing through timeouts. They'd just be letting them loose. They don't care. Here, you get a timeout. You get a timeout. I love a timeout prop.
Well, I don't think they're offered every single week. I think that is just a Super Bowl thing. So until the Commanders, who I'm assuming you're talking about, get to the Super Bowl, which does not look like this year, you're going to have to wait.
Sad. I know. Next year. Woo.
God, I was sold on the Commanders this year. Did you place any futures
both.
Bets? Oh, that's the worst.
I didn't bet on them.
Because listen.
But I was there.
Yeah. The injuries are too much. And like maybe they had some problems that like we were romanticizing last year. Like when you win all those close games, eventually like those aren't going to go in your favor. And also like the defense has some major issues. So it's not just like, oh, Jaden Daniels got hurt. That's the problem. It was more than that.
Man, we were talking about that Denver Bronco defense that has 50 sacks already, and I'm like, man, I would do some illegal things to get a defense that could get after the passer like the Denver Broncos can get after the passer.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you. My team has 1 win on the season. The Titans, like people forget that the Titans are even a team. They're so bad. So I feel you, brother. All right, let's get to it. Our favorite Survivor plays of the week.
There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, so I have made a living on Survivor by not trying to get cute with things. I'm not going for these short spreads. I'm going with the big favorites, and I'm fading some of the worst teams in football. And I was just talking about this team. Did you remember that the Titans were a team? They have one win this year, and here's the crazy part. Their one win this year, a comedy of errors had to happen for the Arizona Cardinals to lose that game. Since then, it's been terrible. Like, their team total this week is 13.5. Honestly, I feel like the under is a solid play. So needless to say, my Survivor pick this week is going to be the Seahawks over my Titans. The Titans have no business winning games at this point. Just go for the first overall pick. All right, David, maybe you can change the vibes here a little bit. Who are you going with in Survivor this week?
We talked about him in last segment. I'm on Drake May and the Patriots over the Bengals because Bengals defense bad. Very, very bad.
Right. And Joe Burrow's not back just yet.
He was full participant yesterday.
Listen, at the end of the day. Yeah. At the end of the day, though, I think the offense does score some touchdowns because you do have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and old man Flacco throwing to him.
Right?
Yeah, they won't have Jamar.
Well, that just means it's a T. Higgins game and maybe Freiermuth.
Yeah.
But once again, or not Freiermuth, Gesicki. So, but once again, I just think that defense is solid and the Bengals defense isn't solid. So I'm going to hang it on Drake May and watch the Patriots destroy the Bengals.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody here is going to disagree with you. And plus, if you look at the line that game, Patriots 7.5-point road favorites over the 3-7 Bengals. I do wonder when Joe Burrow is going to play because it does look like he is making a push to play. And here's the other thing. Like, I don't know if Zach Taylor's on the hot seat, but, like, I think maybe there should be rumblings of that because it has not been a great stretch for the Bengals. So when you have a coach that's on the hot seat and a quarterback pushing to play, I think we do see Joe Burrow at some point this season. All right, Denton, you are bringing up the rear here. Who do you have in Survivor this week?
So I'm going to take the Ravens over the Jets. This is pretty easy. The Jets are not good, and the Ravens are pretty good. The Ravens need to not win out necessarily, but they need to start stacking the wins to catch up to Pittsburgh. They've already won 4 in a row. I think they make it 5 in a row against the Jets. You're not going to see Justin Fields. We kind of figured that at this point of the season. But I do feel like Baltimore, they need a get-right game. They should have played significantly better against Cleveland, and they did not. Now, that's largely because that Browns defense is really, really good. The Jets defense is not. They sold all their best players. This is a team that is trying to lose. I think Lamar Jackson needs to have a big-time performance, one that has them all as a team feeling comfortable as they move in to the next week. So I like the Ravens. I like the Ravens to win big. They're 13.5-point favorites, maybe not that big, but I do think the Ravens are going to win by at least a score.
Yeah, and we were just talking about how there are other creative ways to play props if you think a game gets out of hand. And I was thinking about that game, and I was like, okay, I think Derrick Henry probably has a big game against the Jets. Like, why would you not rush Derrick Henry? It always feels like this is the time of year where Derrick Henry really feasts as well. Mm-hmm. But his rushing prop is 86.5. Is there a good chance he goes over? Yes. But that is still a very, very high number. But my point being is that in some of these games, if you think it's a blowout and you don't want to lay a big number, and because obviously we're talking about Survivor plays here, so it's a little different. But if you want to play some of these games, look at the running backs and say, okay, if this game gets out of hand and they just start to run the ball, maybe that's the play. And I'll always root for Derrick Henry. Obviously, former Titan. I wish nothing but the best for Derrick Henry.
Once a Titan, always a Titan.
But I do think he has a big game against the Jets. I know on paper the Jets are not that bad against the run, but also like they've lost pieces on their defense. So I don't think their defense is going to get better. And plus, like, if the Ravens are smart, why would you not run the football? It's always wild to me watching the Ravens offense in like the fourth quarter and like, what are you guys doing acting like you're playing from like 21 behind? Do you see who's in the backfield? You have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Run the ball.
Run the ball. Yeah, those numbers are skewed. That's a tough dynamic that we actually have to now factor in. in the NFL, in years past, the trade deadline has not been nearly as exciting as it was this year. So, like, when you look at the Jets and you attempt to handicap something like a prop and you say, well, they're pretty good against the run. They were pretty good against the run, but they just gave their best run piece away to the Dallas Cowboys, who, by the way, Quentin Williams, awesome this weekend or this week on Monday Night Football. So I expect that run defense has taken a drastic dip. That's a tough thing we're in the wilderness, if you will, with a machete, just cutting down and seeing what's in front of us as we're in new territory now that the NFL trade deadline is a bit more exciting and how that impacts numbers like that.
I just tried to look up the Jets because I was like, oh, well, we can look at their recent games, right? Because here's the other thing. When you lose pieces on the secondary like Sauce Gardner, everything is complementary. So, like, when it's easier to throw or when it's harder to throw the ball, like, it's harder to run the ball. Do you get what I'm saying? Is that, like, the defense as a whole is better. So when you lose defensive pieces, no matter if it's on the secondary, like, it affects the run as well. But it gave me Jets pizza. And I'm like, no, that's not the Jets that I'm talking about. But
what are the Yelp reviews on Jets pizza? Let's see what they're cooking with here.
Is that a national chain or is it just here local?
I think it's here local, or there locally.
They're local, okay. Because looking at this last game, like getting back to my original point, Travion Henderson only had 62 yards against the Jets last time around. I think I was on that prop for that reason. So maybe I'll learn my lesson. It won't be on another running back going against the Jets, especially when the number is so high at 89.5. I think that's when you just wave goodbye, to the steamship that is leaving for America. You say, so long, my friend.
Bye.
Nice knowing you. 89.5 too high.
just a little too high.
Yeah, so I'll root for Derrick Henry, but maybe we're not betting on him this week because there's plenty of other things to bet on, including Thursday Night Football. We'll give you our best plays for Bills and Texans after the break here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Houston needs to make an emphasis on running the football, Chelsea. We're back. We're live. We're in action. They need to run the football, and it needs to be with Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. Now, I'd really prefer it if it's with Nick Chubb because I'm playing a Nick Chubb prop that I'll give at the end of the show and one of my best bets for the day. But they need to make a heavy emphasis. If you know that Buffalo is weak at running the football, you need to attack that weakness. Don't make Davis Mills try and out-Superman Josh Allen. That is a losing formula.
Absolutely not. So I won't save it for best bets. I'm going to go with Nick Chubb. And his prop, and it's pretty low tonight, 20.5. So even if he gets like a few more carries than he did last week, because the problem with Woody Marks is last week he had 18 carries and 44 yards against a bad Titans team and a positive game script. He averaged 2.4 yards per carry. So this is not somebody who I'm looking at. I'm like, yeah, that's running back number one. We need to stick with him. So I do think Nick Chubb maybe gets more carries. Maybe he's not getting running back number one carries, but I do think he gets at least a few more than he had last week. And that was only 3. So I think 20.5 is totally gettable for Nick Chubb. Whether it's the yardage that you play or the carries, I think is 5.5. I think it's a solid play.
Yeah, can I just get him 6? Like I don't need Nick Chubb to get 12. I don't need him to get 10. Just get 6. That number's 5.5. I've already played it. Just get my guy 6 carries and get him at least one that goes for like 15 to make sure he gets that 20.5 mark. I am fiending for a big Nick Chubb game, or just a bigger Nick Chubb game. You know, big Nick Chubb game in 2025 is very different from what is a big Nick Chubb game when he was at his prime, right? I just need a 6-carry, 21-yard performance. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah. I do think if you're looking at the other side, if you're looking at Bills props, I think the way to go, and we have discussed this, that the Texans are very good against the pass, and the Bills are already down some receivers. So I think you look at this game one of two ways. You go Josh Allen rushing prop, where his rushing attempts is set at 6.5. This is a primetime game. It's minus 105 for the over, though. Maybe you should go yardage there, because I do think Josh Allen is fully capable of breaking off a big run. So his yardage prop, 33.5. I think I like that better. It's a primetime game. The Bills still need to win games, because remember, they're not winning the division, are they? It's still the Patriots, right? So I think the game, obviously, it always matters. Like, I understand that, but still, it's a primetime game. I think Josh Allen, once again, takes over this game with his legs, or you go with the short and dumpy passes to the running back, because the Texans are pretty good at bringing pressure on opposing quarterbacks. I understand it's Josh Allen, and he's very good at scrambling around, but you play the other bet if you believe that. Or you go with James Cook and his receiving prop. Short and dumpy passes to the running back are a stalwart for me on short weeks, just because it's less to prepare for, and you can get the ball out quick. So if you look at the prop for him, I think it's 20.5 for receiving. I think you can get that as well. So a couple of options if you want to play some props.
And a lot of good ones, too. I'm also on a crazy one. I got Josh Allen going for 2+ touchdowns because they're so limited offensively at tight ends, and Josh Allen loves his tight ends. And we know that. I got Josh Allen going for 2+ touchdowns at like plus 525. Is there anything that you would look at with Keon Coleman after he was benched last week for missing meetings, coming back, assuming that he's going to play tonight? I don't know that we've gotten confirmation on that, but assuming that he's going to play tonight, is there anything that you would look at with Keon Coleman and a revenge against bad habits?
Revenge against himself?
Against himself, yeah.
No, I don't think so. Like, I don't think that's the angle. I think you just say by process of elimination, because there's already some guys on the injured list, including Dalton Kincaid. So maybe that's the angle, but it's not my favorite, just because the matchup is not the best, because again, the Texans are very good against the pass. But I will say this. Did you see that rumor, which I don't even know if this is true, so maybe I shouldn't repeat it, but like the reason that CeeDee Lamb missed the first drive is something that he was like spotted at a casino? But he still had a great game. So, like, listen, some people can do this stuff and they can lock it in on Sunday or Thursday.
Or Thursday. It was him and George Pickens. They were apparently throwing up at a casino. Hey, they went out there and balled. George Pickens is going to get paid. He's going to get paid this offseason.
Right? Maybe it works for them. Maybe they have to go out and party. All right, coming up next, we talk more about the NFL as we bring on a guest from Cleveland. Jonathan Peterlin from 923 The Fan joins us in mere minutes here on the show.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Thursday, November the 20th. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Den Day, and for Jenks. And in a few seconds, we're going to bring on Jonathan Peterlin, afternoon drive host on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. So, Den, right before we bring him on, I'm going to give you a question, and you hit the over or the under for me. Okay. So, I am going to say that on this station, I'm going to go 52% of the airtime is dedicated to Shedeur Sanders. You going to go over or under?
I'm gonna go over. I mean, the Cavs played a tough one against the Rockets last night, but I'm gonna go over.
Yeah, I should have noted that. I meant for like when you're talking about the Browns, like 52% of Browns talk is on Shedeur Sanders. But let's go straight to this. Right, that's what I thought. Like, it's such an interesting, and it's something that gets the people going. Like, we know talk radio. It's not always about like, well, here's the real story for the Browns. No, people want to talk about the big names, and that's fine. But let's go straight to the source and ask him himself. Let's bring on Jonathan Peterlin now. He is the host of Afternoon Drive on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. So, Jonathan, let me ask you, same question. Over, under, 52% of the time when you guys talk about the Browns is dedicated to Shedeur Sanders.
It's got to be over, but like it's over depending on the week, right? Like this week, it's over by a mile. This week, not only just like the 5-hour show that I do, the 5-hour show. I'll lay it out. Yesterday, we did one Cavs segment. We did like half of a segment on Bill Belichick's girlfriend being in competitive cheerleading and why that's a thing. And outside of that, it was like 4 hours and a half about Shedeur Sanders. And that's basically been the week. And so, yeah, I would take the over on that one pretty easily. But we have to, we'd be stupid not to, right, guys?
I mean, intramural adult cheerleading at that, which is just baffling. What is the feeling, though, with Shedeur Sanders?
Well, what has been nice, so it's been very divisive if you're in Shedeur's camp, if you're not in Shedeur's camp. It's been everyone's got an opinion, right? But what's been nice is that after watching him play on Sunday, and the fact that Browns couldn't move the football at all with Dillon Gabriel, the offense had just stalled out. His average depth of target, his ADOT had been a 5. Like, he had been one of the lowest passers in the league when it came to stretching the field. Shedeur didn't look good. No one can make that look good. It looked bad, but at least he was throwing the ball down the field, and at least he gave the offense a chance. And so the numbers look awful. Your eye test tells you it was awful, but at the end of it, the offense seemed like it had life. And so what's been nice this week is that I'd say like 95% of Browns fans are in the camp of like, all right, we don't know that this is going to work, but at least this is fun. At least this is exciting. And on a 2-8 football team, that's kind of really all we're asking for at this point.
Yeah, but I will say this, like, if there's ever a matchup that should be conducive to maybe some improvements from the offense, it's going against the Raiders. The Browns are 4-point dogs on the road to the Raiders this week. Should we expect more from Shedeur in the offense this week?
So you should, relative to the Ravens game, obviously, because it can only go up from the Ravens game, right? Here's where I would have some caution. So I believe in Shedeur. I think he's going to be good, and I think the Browns are going to get the win, which I think I said that 2 weeks ago, and they took on a Jets team that they should have easily beat, and they embarrassed me, okay? So, like, this team is on a mission, it feels like, at times, to not win games. So I would use this advice cautiously. Here's where I would give a little bit of a pause. And like when you guys talk about this on Monday, if the game goes sideways, I want you guys to look at the other factors around Shedeur Sanders and be like, did anybody really have a fair shake at it? Not only are the Browns dead last in PFF when it comes to offensive line ranking, they're dead last with a bullet, and it feels like that. Your left tackle is consistently in and out. Your right tackle and Jack Conklin, you know the name because he's been a Pro Bowler for a long time. He hasn't been the same guy in years. But like all across this line, it is a lot of old and injured, and it's just at a spot where it stinks. And so like the offensive line isn't good. The wide receivers, Jerry Jeudy's your number one, and people argued for years what he is. Is he a 1? Is he a 2? What exactly is here? There's not much talent on this offense. So if it doesn't look good, yes, this is the right setup to look good for Shedeur, but if it doesn't look good, I could argue I don't know who would look good with this offense.
Because of those offensive line issues, are you anticipating that they're going to move the pocket, move him out of the pocket a little bit? Because I do think that he made a couple of good throws when he was, rolling out to his right side.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I'm glad you picked up on that because, Shedeur in college, obviously, he got critiqued all the time for basically running backwards is what ends up happening, right? And we saw it in some of the preseason games as well, and you saw it in that game against the Ravens. And so I think Stefanski is going to try to do some stuff where he rolls out, but the problem there is that every now and then Shedeur just thinks he can do too much. I think he looks at that move where he just kind of goes backwards and spins out of it. Every now and again he can. I think he looks at that as like a feature, whereas I think the Browns look at it as a bug. So I'm interested to find out myself what they do because he's got to get rid of the ball quicker, and he doesn't have much time. So he's got to do something. But we've seen some big losses and some big plays that just end up being minus 12 yards, minus 13 yards when that happens and he tries to do that.
I wanted to ask you this because obviously you have boots on the ground, and sometimes I think the picture that is painted nationally of players, especially ones that have a last name like Sanders, sometimes it's a little unfair, and sometimes we don't get the full context of quotes. But like some of these videos and quotes that we've seen from Shedeur Sanders, maybe he's making his own bed here. But do you think the narrative of Shedeur Sanders and his personality has been painted fairly by the national media?
Well, I guess to start that convo, then I'd have to know what you guys think and what your perception of it is, because at this point we already know. This is the sad part. And I genuinely do want your opinion on it, because it feels like I know the different players in the different parts of the national media that are pro Shedeur, and anything he does is awesome. And I know the ones that it feels like the man just cannot buy a win. The man could be making a case where he's donating $100,000 to charity, and they'd be like, why isn't it $200,000? It feels like that happens with him a lot. So I want to know your starting point, and then maybe we can go from there.
Well, I wanted to know about, some of the quotes that he's given were, I think to myself, maybe just don't say anything. And when I say that, I don't mean mime. Some of the ways that he's handled some of this, because I understand it's been unfair, and I feel like he's been pitted against Dillon Gabriel. That's what I mean.
So the pantomiming was weird. There's no making any sort of that was a normal reaction. The pantomiming was definitely weird. And I told you that at the front of this, I defend Shedeur more than I feel like most people, but that's not because of anything outside of I just think he's been given a very unfair shake more than anything. But on top of it, the interactions I've had and then also what I've seen have led me to believe that there's a lot of really good there. And just from a take the football side away of this, that's a really good – and we only know these athletes to a certain spot, so I'm very careful with this. But I can genuinely say, he seems like a really good, well-balanced human. And so, again, I can't justify the pantomiming thing. If that took you off, that took you off. But what I have seen is at training camp, for instance, he's the only player I saw wrap around the entire building and sign for an hour. You know what I mean? It seems like every other day we got a story about him either being out in the community, going to a local high school, and then donating a bunch of gifts, or even just the other day, he donated to a mom that needed a ride to work, a brand new car. And it's just these type of stories have popped up every single week. And there's so many more that I've been told behind the scenes that have never even made it to be actual stories. I think he's a genuine good dude, and you can tell that he also works really hard. Some things people don't know is that when he wasn't getting enough reps on with the Browns, he was going to one of the local colleges and throwing to the local wide receivers there on Fridays just to make sure he can get extra work in. And you see those type of stories that have just popped up all the time with him. So I do give him the benefit of the doubt, and I think he's aced a lot of this in a way that I don't know that everyone really picks up on, because the stuff like the pantomiming was just weird. There's not really defending that.
I'm kind of in the middle where I liked him in college. I'm a big college football guy, so I was all over the Colorado stuff when it was happening, and I liked him in college. I didn't know that he should be drafted super high last year, but I thought he should have been drafted way before guys like Dillon Gabriel and Jalen Milroe. But I'm curious, because you are around, Cam Newton came out here and said that Kevin Stefanski is trying to undermine Shedeur. What do you think their relationship is as someone that's actually around him?
So Kevin Stefanski seems like he really likes Dillon Gabriel, and he's liked Dillon Gabriel the entire time. If you were to tell me how that draft day went down, I would make the suggestion that Kevin Stefanski, and maybe that includes Andrew Berry in this as well, because they always consider themselves collaborative. I always made the bet that they chose Dillon Gabriel, and I thought they rushed and chose Dillon Gabriel just so that they wouldn't be forced to take someone like Shedeur Sanders, so that Jimmy Haslam would be like, all right, we have our quarterback. You can't take two quarterbacks. And then you watched what happened where then how I see it and how I think it went down was that Jimmy Haslam came in and was like, all right, you're taking Shedeur Sanders. And they've been trying to deal with it the entire time. Now, maybe we find out that I'm just dead wrong on that assessment, but that's how I see it. And so I've always looked at it like Stefanski has Dylan Gabriel as his pet project, and then Shedeur is just kind of there. And now he's in a chance to be the starter for this week, so he'll have first-team reps. He'll get an opportunity. Like, if I was Stefanski, I'd look at this as like, this could save my job. If he's awesome with this bad offensive line and this bad offense, like, maybe you save my job. Maybe we keep this thing going. But Stefanski has just never really, at least through actions, appeared to view it that way. And so it's always been a little befuddling to me.
Huh. It's crazy that you say that, and that's why we have guests come on to tell us what's actually going on. But I did want to slide in one question that wasn't about Shedeur. Lost in the sauce is that Myles Garrett is having a banner year. 15 sacks in 10 games. Mm-hmm. He is on pace for 25 and a half sacks this year. Do you think he breaks the single season sack record?
I do. It's incredible to watch. The only hang-up is that, and this just happens with pass rushers, as you guys know, like as the season moves on, they're just not as quick and they just don't appear to be as fast, and it just their sack numbers go down. But we talked about how bad this Raiders team is. I've never walked into a game being like, I expect 3 or 4 sacks, but now it's almost like if he doesn't get 3 or 4 against Geno, who's been sacked top 5 in quarterbacks that have been sacked this year. I think he's 4th on that list. You're almost like, wait, what happened? What's amazing, here's the part I want to focus for you guys, because this is the part that is, I think, getting missed in the big picture conversation of it. The players around Myles, everyone's like, they're going to be the benefactors of this. You take Mason Graham at number 5 overall. You add Malik Collins. They're like, they're going to be the benefactors of playing with Myles, the way that we've always kind of talked about this with Myles. But it feels like they're actually benefiting Myles in a big-time way, because there's pass rush coming from everywhere. Alex Wright, Isaiah McGuire, Malik Collins, Mason Graham, all these guys are just constantly giving off pressure, and it's helping out Myles in a big way. Lamar Jackson sacked number 3 on Sunday. Like, that doesn't happen in years past, but it happens now because you have pressure from other guys, and then they just funneled Lamar right into Myles' hands. And so there's been a lot of cool out of this, and it's been cool to see Myles just kind of take his game to another level, because he is unquestionably the best in the business.
Absolutely. And I will say this, if the defense plays well, it puts less pressure on a young quarterback to score a bunch of points. And I think that's going to be the case this week, as we see a total that continues to absolutely sink to 36 points between the Raiders and the Browns. Great stuff today from Jonathan Peterlin. He is the Afternoon Drive host on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. Great stuff today. You've given us a lot to think about.
Well, thanks for having me, guys, and thanks for hitting the over, too. We hit the over in this interview.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of Shedeur talk in that segment, but it's just an interesting case. And listen, I wasn't prepared for some of those answers. Honestly, I thought Kevin Stefanski did not care and all he cared about was winning games, but I'm obviously not there at practice. I'm not there at camp. So that was really interesting to hear that.
Yeah, really good stuff. You know, that relationship with Stefanski and Gabriel has always been fascinating to me, because I do think he's right that Stefanski sees something in Dylan Gabriel that, quite honestly, I don't see. I don't know that you see. I don't know that many people have seen. I'm pulling for Shedeur to not suck this weekend. I don't think he's going to blow the doors off. You know, my expectations are realistic for what he is as a player, but I just hope he doesn't suck. It's going to be rage bait no matter what happens. You know, if he does play well, there's going to be people that are anointing him as the future of the franchise. And then on the flip side, if he's bad, there's going to be people that are, you know, dancing on his downfall. I don't find myself in either of those camps. I just want to see what he's actually made of at the NFL level. You know, I'm like weird about this sort of stuff, Chelsea. I love watching players in college that are good and then making that successful transition to the next level. But you know, I have seen a lot of guys in college the same way that you've seen a lot of guys in college who are really, really good, and they get to the NFL and they are really, really not good.
It's wild. Like, you would think that if you can be a good quarterback in, like, the SEC, like some of these guys that I covered, like when I covered Auburn and Alabama and Georgia, like Aaron Murray had like crazy college numbers. And I understand, like, he's small, he's not an NFL prototype, but like you'd think that there would be some carryover, and there's just not.
Nothing. Manziel's another great example. Hits home for Cleveland, but Manziel's another great example. Heisman Trophy winner, does a bunch of crazy stuff, gets to Cleveland, and then for a number of reasons, it just never works.
Yeah, I think there was some other stuff baked into that one as well. But I was dead wrong on Johnny Manziel. I thought he was going to be awesome. Sad to see. All right, coming up next, best bets come your way in mere minutes on the Daily Tip. It's after the break. Next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
time to land the plane. Final segments of the Daily Tip here on a Thursday. We'll get to our best bets in mere moments here on the show. Den Day and for Jenks. Before we get to that, though, I want to ask you this, Den, because this is a choice that I have to make almost weekly, because at least once a week, me and my husband will go get ourselves a breakfast sandwich. And they have all of these options on what bread you can use. So I want to ask you, what is the correct vehicle, aka bread, for a breakfast sandwich? Is it A, biscuit? Is it B, a bagel? Is it C, a croissant? Or is it D, none of the above?
All right, well, so it's very much not D. You can get a lot of good stuff with the 3 that you had given. So here I have a follow-up question because this is important. What kind of protein are you also having with the breakfast sandwich? Bacon, sausage, turkey sausage, maybe chicken sausage? Like what is the meat?
Okay, so it's a bacon, egg, and cheese.
All right, so a bacon, egg, and cheese in Nashville is best on a biscuit. If you were more northern, the biscuits aren't good up north, you want to go on a bagel. Now, if you're really feeling yourself, you go a croissant. But in Nashville, I'm saying biscuit. Final answer.
Does it everything have to be regional? That's like when people are like, do you love Nashville hot chicken? It's like, no, not really. Do I have to love it? I think biscuits are honestly a little too heavy for me in the morning. Like, I like biscuits by themselves, but with the sandwich, it's like kind of crumbly and it's just really heavy. Like, I don't know what type of biscuits you're eating, but like the ones that are just, they're dense. So I think for me, I've been having croissant. I like that it's like a little flaky and light. And I don't think it weighs down the other flavors. Because sometimes when you eat a bacon, egg, and cheese on a biscuit, a lot of the flavor is the biscuit. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think my favorite is croissant, followed by bagel. Bagel's good too.
Bagels are great. And also, it depends what kind of bagel. So, like, I have a breakfast sandwich every day. I go home and I make it. Big on Asiago bagels at the moment. You know, a little bit of turkey sausage and egg with some hot sauce on an Asiago bagel is perfect. If I'm really feeling myself, Chelsea, I'll go get a pretzel bun. And a pretzel bun for a breakfast sandwich will change your life if you've never tried it.
See, they have an option there where it's pretzel bun, it is ham, it is avocado, and it is egg. So, like, there's no bacon involved, which makes me a little sad.
Yeah.
But that's like my bougie option. It's not an everyday option, but something if I want to do something a little different. Because normally for me, it's bacon, egg, and cheese on a croissant, or it's the pretzel bun, Swiss, ham, and egg. Like, it's something, you know, uppity like that.
Yeah, that's very uppity. I spent an enormous amount of money when I was in college at Sheetz because it was within walking distance. And, you know, Liberty had a bit of a curfew thing. I would just kind of not follow that at all. So I'd be going to Sheetz at like, you know, midnight, 1 a.m., whatever it is, with a bunch of the homies. But I'd constantly get a breakfast sandwich with maple chicken sausage, eggs, hot sauce, maybe some onions. I didn't have a girlfriend, so that worked. And then a pretzel bun. And that's like the killer Sheetz. It just, they destroy it, and it was so good. Like, I'm talking hundreds of dollars over the courses of semesters at Sheetz on that sandwich.
Onions?
Oh yeah, a little bit of a crunch. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, I feel like people are either team onions or team no onions, and I am very staunchly team no onions. I feel like they don't do anything. Like, I'll add them to chili or something that needs flavor, but I don't want to taste the texture of them. It feels like worms to me.
What kind of onions are you having?
Those little white ones. You know what I'm talking about.
Mine,
like
see, they were a little crisp at Sheetz. So there's like a crunch to them, but it's like a fun crunch, not a bad crunch.
I don't know. Pass. I like the normal ingredients on my bacon, egg, and cheese. And that's what I'm sticking with because I'm a traditional gal. All right, let's get to who we have the most faith in today when it comes to our bets. All right, best bet for both of us, it looks like, is going to be on Thursday Night Football. All right, Den, you are the guest host today, so you get to bat lead off. What you got?
All right, so I got a couple. No basketball ones today. Learned my lesson. Had a big bet on the Warriors last night. Found out no one was playing. They didn't give us that information at 8:45 Eastern time yesterday. So I'm shying away from basketball today. I'm going to go Nick Chubb over 20.5 yards. Rushing yards against the Bills tonight on Thursday Night Football. I think this is going to be a big running game for Houston. I just don't think that you can put Davis Mills out there for a third week in a row and ask him to throw 40 times and expect the results to be positive. So I think they're really going to key in on the running backs. And on top of that, Buffalo has a weakness in the run defense. That's something they can really take advantage of. Houston is fighting for a playoff spot. They're on the outside looking in if the playoffs started today. And not only that, they're third in their division, in a division where they were supposed to win. So I'm expecting a lot from Houston today. I think they're going to play like a desperate football team, and I think Nick Chubb is going to be one of the beneficiaries of that. So I'm going Nick Chubb over 20.5 yards.
Yeah, and it's a low number. So when you start handicapping this game, the best matchup on paper is anybody going against this rush defense of the Bills, who's giving up 5.4 yards per carry. That is the second worst mark in the NFL. So you got to pick a running back. So the problem is, Woody Marks is running back number one currently for the Texans. But if you look at his last game against the Titans, he had 18 carries for 44 yards. That is 2.4 yards per carry. So I'm expecting more of an even split here, and I think they revert back to what they were doing a few weeks ago. And plus, Nick Chubb gets a 20.5. That's a low number. He's hit this in 3 of his last 4 games, and he hasn't even gotten that many carries. So I'm going to rely on Nick Chubb more here. I'm going to hit the over on his rush prop of 20.5. I do think this is going to be a closer game, so I don't see the Texans abandoning the run, especially when Davis Mills is your cornerback. So that's going to be the best bet for me. All right, other bets here, Den. What else you got?
So I got another Nick Chubb bet. I thought about potentially parlaying this, Chelsea, and then I decided no. I'm just going to take 2 straight bets, give myself a better opportunity to win, and I'm going to take Nick Chubb over 5.5 carries. So I'm really banking on the fact that they're going to let him get a healthy amount of work tonight and have him run the football. So I think he's going to go over 5.5 carries. I think he's going to go over 20.5 yards. It really shouldn't be that hard. Just give him the ball 7 times, let him get 22 yards, and everyone's going to be happy and healthy. So I'm going Nick Chubb over 5.5 carries.
Yeah, I like that. I know we don't track units on this show, but I feel like if I were to play that, I would split a unit in half and put it on the yards and the carries. That way, you're not sunk underwater if, Nick Chubb doesn't have a big game or a medium-sized game, according to these numbers. All right, next up for me, I'm going to go to Josh Allen. Feels like a dependable guy, right? I think the matchup kind of warrants that you go with Josh Allen to have a big game with his legs here. Because if you look at the Texans' defense against the pass, they're one of the best secondaries in the NFL, at least according to numbers, allowing the fewest yards per attempt of any defense in the NFL. So I think Josh Allen takes over this game on the ground, as we saw last game against the Tampa Bay Bucks, where he ran for 3 touchdowns and had 40 yards on the ground. So it is a high number tonight at 33.5, but this is a primetime game, and a lot of his receiving options are also on the injured list. So I think it's a Josh Allen game with his legs.
I am going to agree with you, but we're going to take a very different angle on this one. My final bet is a Josh Allen bet, but I need to preface this. I am not putting my hard-earned American dollar on this bet. This is a promo bet. This is a token bet. If you get a free bet at BetMGM, this is how you use the free bet at BetMGM. I'm taking Josh Allen 2+ touchdowns at plus 525. He's done this 4 times already this season. He did it the last time we saw him on the field. He went for 3. And because they are limited in their receiving options, and Josh Allen is honestly just better in short yardage situations than the running backs that are actually on the roster because he's so massive, I like Josh Allen when they get to the goal line to do it himself. So I'm going to take Josh Allen, 2+ touchdowns, plus 525, using a BetMGM promo bet that does not require me to use my hard-earned American currency.
Yeah, those are the type of bets you use with the promo bets. I still feel like there's a pathway for Josh Allen to win another MVP award this year. He's plus 450, and it just feels to me like he has the added benefit of being so good with his legs. I understand, Matt Stafford is scrappy, and so is Drake May, but they're not on the same level as Josh Allen. The passing numbers obviously are way better with Matt Stafford and Drake May right now. I'm just saying at that price, I still think it's in the realm of possibility for Josh Allen to still win MVP.
Especially considering the talent that he has. Like, if you were just to blind rank talent with the Patriots, the Rams, and the Bills from a skill position, perspective, the Rams are the clear top of those three. You put the Patriots next, and then you put the Bills. He still doesn't really have a true number one wide receiver. James Cook's a really good running back, so I'm not going to take anything away from him. But he doesn't have a true number one wide receiver, and he's still putting up the caliber of numbers that he is. And on top of that, he had 6 touchdowns in a game. If he does that for a second time, I mean, that's a crazy number to have.
Right, and we saw that this matters to voters last year because Lamar Jackson had wild numbers. Lamar Jackson had 41 touchdowns to 4 picks. I repeat, 41 touchdowns to 4 picks last year and did not win in the MVP. That's crazy.
Insane. There were people that were very rightfully upset about that. But I think you're right. I think Josh Allen could absolutely win it again this year. And because it's so close on the odds board with Drake May and Matt Stafford, it does feel like the play, if you're late to the game, the play would be on Josh Allen, not on one of those two other guys.
Right. Unless people are like, hey, we gave it to Josh Allen last year. Let's pick somebody new. I feel like Drake May does have that going for him because people are like, Matt Stafford has already had so much success. Let's go with the shiny new toy in Drake May.
Stafford, I think he's playing so well, though. And not that I think he needs this, but it would cement him as a first ballot Hall of Famer if he wins MVP. He's already going to be a Hall of Famer. I don't know if he'll be first ballot. He's already going to be a Hall of Famer, though. But an MVP, I think, would cement him as first ballot Hall of Famer.
I mean, whatever your take is on Matt Stafford, like the fact that he is still playing at this high of a level is damn impressive. Because there were people coming into this season, they're like, Matt Stafford's going to be held together by Gorilla Glue. You can't trust the Rams. Look at the Rams. Look at Matt Stafford. Toughest player in the NFL, it feels like. All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip. Have a great Thursday. Best of luck on all your bets. We will see you same place, same time, 6 a.m. in the East here on the Daily Tip.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in on this Thursday. We will preview the Thursday Night Football matchup coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll take a look at Survivor. I know Paul's got a ticket that he's still riding from week number 1. 3 obvious choices. We'll dissect each and every one of those. Mike Schopp from WGR in Buffalo will be dropping by to help us preview this game, figure out what's going to happen between the Bills, Texans tonight. College football plays 10 toes down. Gracie the Witch will be here as well. This one, I don't know how it's going to go, Sam. I'll say this. So you knew and you thought it was very strange that off the tip of our tongue, we all didn't know exactly what our birth time was. So Gracie needs birth date, birth time, birth location. That's where you can get, I guess, apparently as much information as possible. And it was your idea to bring her on, which I think is hilarious, to tell us about our future, which could be very good and it could be very bad. I couldn't find my birth certificate anywhere. I'm like, I didn't look that hard, but I text the wife because she knows where everything is. I don't know where anything is. Where is it? Because I know she had to make a copy at some point for a passport or something. And she did have it, but she kept asking. I was like, I just need the birth time. Why? That's a weird ask. Top secret. I refuse to tell her. She kept asking, why do you need your birth time? It is strange to tell somebody that they need their birth time, especially at this point in their life when you're not a kid anymore. But I did get it secured. So I'm not nervous because if it's terrible news, I can just play it off like, dude, it's literally a witch.
You could spin it either way. Whichever way feels better, you just kind of turn it that way. I was surprised I was the only person that knew what time I was born of the five of us. And I was not surprised that Brian Gertsch does not have a copy of the birth certificate and that his only birth certificate is in a safety deposit box somewhere. That is classic. Just classic. But I know exactly when I was born. March 22nd, 1989 at 12:31 a.m. in Chicago, Illinois at Northwestern Hospital. I thought everybody knew that. Apparently not.
I knew the location. I knew the hospital. I knew the hour. I was just, is it 10:15 or 10:30? So I had a good idea. But some people have no idea. I mean, I think Gertz just doesn't want to reveal this information for some reason. Like he thinks somebody's out to get him. I think that's what it is. Anyways, today will be fun. If you haven't realized, yesterday was a lot of fun. You should check out the podcast after the show if you missed any of it. Not everything had to be done yesterday. It is still timely. All right, college hoops. We had two big games. You had Arizona, UConn, then Bama, Illinois. I know you were locked on the Illini playing at the United Center where the Bulls play in Chicago, so a semi-home game for the Illini, but the Illini fall to the Tide 90-86. Last night, if you were betting those two big games, just do dog and under. It was a winning night for you, dog and under in both matchups.
I love the pace, too, in the night game. That was the game that I played over 182. Fell short, goes under 176, but it wasn't because of pace, and it wasn't because of output. Illinois missed 21 threes. Alabama missed 23. So they combined to miss 44 threes in a game that went under by 6 points. You have the right idea. But with these big arenas, sometimes the shot angles are off, the backdrops are off, the rims are a little bit tighter. If you would have told me, though, that these teams were going to put up a combined 68 threes, I would tell you we're going to fly over the total. That's how many three-pointers they took last night. 68. And the shots, I'm going to do my best Felder here. 139 shots taken in the game. That's an over game most nights. But when you miss that many shots from downtown, it's hard to get over the total.
Oh, and Illinois, you could say this to UConn as well. If you guys want to make your free throws, that'd be a pretty good idea. That could help us get there to the total as the under hits in both games. Yeah. You're right about the shooting, especially in the Illinois game, especially in the second half. The offense truly struggled going through some very poor stretches. And you're right about the angles and just how different it is. You saw a few air balls happening in that game. It wasn't bad basketball. Like you mentioned, the pace is there, and you're always going to get that in a Bama game with a Nate Oates game. But, right idea, just didn't come through on the total. So Alabama wins as a 2-point dog. And then, it's November. Hurley's going to be fine, right? He's not going to get that upset. No, if you saw any of his post-game press conference, he was snapping on his team. He said afterwards, and I quote, "We got punked. It's going to be a bad film session coming out of here. There's a street fight going on in the paint, and men, can't watch fights. You can't stand on the outside when your buddies are in a fight. You get in the fight. You don't stand on the periphery of the fight. We'll see a lot of clips where guys were not in the fight with their teammates." He also went into talking about the post game about how he'll wake up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and something like it was going to feel like it's the end of the world. There's no meaning to life. He was just so freaking dramatic, dude. Ridiculous. Wish I could say I was surprised. I thought it was humorous, though. At least he wasn't screaming at referees the entire time like normal, at least from what I noticed. Not as bad, but good old Hurley, midseason form here in November.
He's just so quick to blame anybody but himself all the time. It's either the refs or the other team or his guys or the tight whistles or the loose whistles. It's never, we weren't prepared to play. It's always something wrong. You're an 8-point favorite at home, give or take. I mean, depending on where you looked and where it closed, 7, 7.5, 8. You got to win those games. It's at home. That's a game at Gamble in stores. And you don't win it. And talk about totals. This one was a dead under. And we did see the total open 156, get bet down to 154. Not even close, Joe. 71-67. And this was in the low 60s with like a minute 30 to go. And then you have the free throw game late, but never had a chance to go over the total. And a huge win for the Fighting Joffies of Arizona. They looked the part. They've got size. They're physical. They rebound the basketball well. They've got some good guard play. Those are two teams. I mean, really, the two in that game and the two in the night game, they could all make the Elite Eight. That's how much talent was on the court last night. And I will say there was a sequence for Illinois. They're one of their, I almost said they're Serbian, one of their 4 Serbians, Andrej Stojakovic, had a sequence where he comes off. Actually, he started last night, didn't come off the bench. He had a spurt where he had 7 points in about 90 seconds. One of the shots was a fadeaway from the elbow, like a mid-range fadeaway, nothing but net. One of the next possessions, it's a transition 3. And then the final possession of this 7-point spurt, he gets a bounce pass just over midcourt, comes down and yams it on some guy. I'm like, Illinois hasn't had a lot of guys like that in the past where they can hit the mid-range fadeaway, a transition 3, and then dunk right in your face. That was impressive. They don't win, but that team is still learning how to play together. That's going to be a very fun basketball team into February, into March. Jake, I'm trying not to get too excited for our Illini. I know we're excited, even though they lost. That's a talented basketball team in Champaign.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate. I had to lay on the floor for a second after yesterday, but I mean, just because just frustrating, like the free throws.
I'm getting the sense from most Illinois fans, like Sam is talking about here, that you lost, but big picture, the feelings out of last night are still very positive, because the reality is I know we've said this in the past and they tend to disappoint in the tournament, but this is a team that could make a very deep run. They belong in the conversation with the 4 big teams that were playing last night.
It's also Tomislav Ivisic and Michal Petrovic, which just all of these names are very funny, but they're 2 of your best players. You're all Big Ten center, and your 6th man off the bench, one of your best players, both ruled in at the last second, and they've missed. I mean, Petrovic hasn't played at all this year. Ivisic hasn't played in the last 3 games. They only play about 10 minutes each. Like, yeah, the arrow is way up. It's just the free throws were frustrating, but it's fine. Like, you take that. Like, waking up this morning, like, it's not nearly as soul crushing as it would have been a couple years ago. Like, you can you can't even see the ceiling. Like, ceiling is the roof.
Thank you, MJ.
Thank you for the ceiling is the roof. I was mad last night though, because I was kind of tired. Jeff Schwartz and I went out for sushi. I outate him again at dinner. Mark it down. We'll talk to him about that in about an hour.
Again.
And then I get back to the room. Yeah, again. Oh, dude. He's like, well, I'm old. I don't eat as much anymore. I'm like, okay, fine. Fair enough. You're 3 years older than me. Anyways, get back to the room. The TV's not working. And then I'm watching Illinois, Arizona, UConn, Arizona, and then Illinois, Alabama on YouTube TV on my laptop. And then the hotel internet goes out. And after that first half, I'm like, are you kidding me? I have to watch this game. So then I had to go to a local bar, watch the end of the game, deal with the Knicks fans in the bar. And then, like, I literally left the hotel room to go watch my team because I couldn't watch it in the hotel room that I paid for. Kind of like a YouTube TV Disney situation all over again, but a little different. So then I had to leave and then go to a bar, and then I get to the bar, and from that point forward, it's all Alabama. So just a great way to end the night. Like, I didn't want to leave, but then you got to leave because you want to watch the game. I was highly invested in that game, not only from a financial standpoint, but I wanted to see because they were just flying up and down the court.
Yeah, you were looking forward to that game all day. I'd imagine on the train ride, you're thinking about this game, anticipating it. So there you go. All right, National Football League, we got some quarterback news on Wednesday. I don't know if it's concrete news, but certainly worth talking about. You know the story in Chicago, Sam. Is Aaron Rodgers going to play on Sunday? Bears fans know the history. They want that opportunity to take down Rodgers. Don't know if it's going to happen. The guy's got a broken left wrist, and he says it's about safety, making sure he can be fine. Obviously, non-throwing arm, but it's still a broken wrist. The dude is 24-5 straight up against the Bears. I don't care how poor he's playing. There's still that doubt that lingers with Bears fans. Even though they're 7-3, everything seems to be going right. And even the biggest homer would admit there is a bit of a luck factor here. Every coin flip is going their way. When you see that 12 playing at Soldier Field, they are quite uneasy. But we don't know if it's going to be Rudolph or Rodgers this week. Rudolph looked pretty good. He was efficient last week in relief, but, with a full game plan, defense planning for him, I don't know that would be the case again.
24-5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's really, when you say it out loud, like, I know the number, but when you say it out loud, it's so embarrassing. No pun intended, embarrassing. He wants to play so bad, and he's playing it cool too. Did you catch the quote yesterday where he said he's had a lot of nice Sundays and Mondays and Thursdays in Chicago? I love it. I was a Bears fan growing up, and then I got to college and had to be around the team, and then I had to cover the team. So I just don't, my allegiances are gone because you have to deal with some of the BS that comes with covering a team, especially that team with Trestman, Cutler, Brandon Marshall, Martellus Bennett. I don't care anymore. But I was there, the Conti game, cover zero. I mean, he literally ended their season from the 50-yard line. And Chris Conti's, ball goes flying over his head. It's like, that guy, if you don't respect that guy as a kid who grew up in Chicago, I don't know what to tell you. All he did was kill you for 15 years.
They hate him so much. They want to beat him so bad. It's going to be fascinating to see if they get that opportunity. Burrow practiced in full. I come out here on Monday, I'm like, season's over, shut him down, and Bengals say, hold my beer. He's going to practice in full, and there's a decent chance that he's going to play. And I saw Ariel Epstein, everyone's out to get the Ravens. Everything is about the Ravens. Oh, no, he's going to play on Thanksgiving. He might play this week. I don't know.
I must have missed that take. Was that in Aruba or was that in New York? At this point,
I lose track. I don't know. The newsletter was probably done by mid-major Matt, though. Good chance.
They're also, I'm thinking they're a little nervous in Buffalo. We're going to talk to Mike Shope later on in the show from WGR. He called me yesterday when I'm on the train because, usually after a Thursday night game, we do Friday post game. Is it okay if we move your hit? I'm like, yeah, man, it's fine. We don't have to do 3:30 because they come on at 3. And I usually go on at 3:30 on Fridays.
Same.
So they're already moving the hit. I think they're a little more nervous than they like to admit in Buffalo today.
Oh, I think Texans are live. We'll talk about that coming up next. Breakdown Texans Bills. Yeah, the number 6. This is a tricky spot, even with a backup quarterback for Houston. We'll break that down next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Allen is going to keep it. Josh Allen inside the 5. They're going to push him in. Pay dirt. Touchdown, Bills.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Week number 12 begins tonight. Bills and the Texans all going down tonight on Amazon. We'll break that down. Are there any betting angles that we prefer? Top of the hour, Mike Shope from WGR, one of our favorite guests, will be dropping by the show as well from Shope and the Bulldog and Odyssey Station. All right, as far as our perspective on this game, the number is 6. Once this popped back on the board, it was sitting 4.5, and it's been a slow climb all week. And once it became clear that Stroud was going to be out once again for the third straight game here, really fourth straight, because when he got injured, he ended up missing most of that game. But, I mean, what is going on with Stroud here? This is, you're curious once you get to 3 starts, like, wow, a little bit longer than normal, but never know these sorts of injuries. Bills are a 6-point road favorite. Bills look great at home, but the Bucs were right there. They didn't look great on the defensive side of the ball, but offensively, Josh Allen was phenomenal, the 6 touchdown performance. And then on the Texans side, they could have easily lost at the Titans. Easily. A disappointing performance for them. They didn't do anything offensively until the second half. They needed to come back. They got it done. So not an embarrassing moment for the Texans. It's a win in the division. No harm, no foul. Total 43.5. Sam, where do we start? Side, total, or some sort of other angle?
Can the Texans run the ball? That's the question I'm asking myself rhetorically. Can they move the ball on the ground? And I think the answer is yes. Now, we look at their offense, and obviously Davis Mills is going to start a quarterback, so that's not ideal for the passing game. I don't think Davis Mills is going to throw for 300 yards in the game. But I do think if they go with their big O-line and their tight end sets, they're going to be able to run the ball because, as we've talked about and chronicled, the Bills are just depleted with injuries in the front. So if you can play solid defense, which I fully expect Houston to do, and you can run the ball, you can hang in the game. If Buffalo plays an A game, Buffalo's going to cover because Buffalo's A is much higher than Houston's B minus C plus. If that's the case, if you get that, Buffalo's going to win by 2 touchdowns. But if Buffalo ships in a B and Houston plays an A minus, Houston can win the game. I'm not going to call my shot, but I think it's very telling, and you know this, and our listeners know this. I have Buffalo to win the Super Bowl. My one and only team, my team of integrity. I'm not laying 6 here on the road. Ain't happening.
Nope, I agree with you. That's the first angle that I thought about as well. You look at this Bills rush defense, doesn't take a genius. You don't need all the metrics, but they're awful. Just watch any Sunday. They cannot stop the run. If you have any semblance of a run game, you can run all over them. EPA per rush allowed, third worst in the NFL. Last week, they gave up 202 rushing yards to Tampa Bay without Bucky Irving. Sean Tucker comes in and was phenomenal. He also had a long touchdown catch. Three touchdowns in the game for one Sean Tucker. On average, to the running back position, the Bills are giving up 121 rushing yards per game. Per game overall, they're giving up 153. Sam, that's average. Average 153. So I'm with you. Even though the Texans are known to have a weaker offensive line, Pro Football Focus ranks them number 26. Give them 26 offensive line. So, bottom quarter of the league is where they're at, according to PFF. They still should be able to run the football. What do we do? How do we bet with that? Maybe the side is the angle. Maybe the clock running, the total is an angle. We can talk about that. But my first thought, okay, let's look at the prop market. What do we want to do here? The question is, who's going to be out there? Woody Marks had an opportunity for a big game. You're facing the Tennessee Titans. He was terrible. The Texans are giving him every opportunity to be their RB1 for an extended period of time. They're giving him the touches, and he's just not producing. And I did notice in that Tennessee game last week that his snap percentage went down. He was in the 80s, then he goes to the 60s. And then you look at Chubb, he actually produced more. He only had a few rushes, but he produced. On the season, Marks and Chubb have the same number of rushes because you remember early in the year it was Chubb, and then they kind of made the switch to Marks because he had a couple of big games. Now things have evened out, or have they? Same number of rushes. Yards per carry, Chubb, 4.2. Yards per carry for Marks, 3.5. I think they're going to lean a little bit more on Chubb. Plus, it's a short week, so why would you not? Why not give it to the guy who's producing more? And also, he didn't get a lot of workload coming up on Sunday. The Marks rushing yards prop is 64.5. The one on Chubb is 21.5. So I would look to Nick Chubb this week. It's just a hunch. I could be dead wrong, but I think it's going to be more split workload. Give me the guy with the number in the 20s that is producing more right now against a terrible run defense, as opposed to the guy I'm unsure about with a number in the mid-60s.
I don't really have an idea who's going to be the lead guy. Not sure. I just think collectively they can do it together. And you look at the Titans' run defense, not to do the whole transitive property thing, but let's do the transitive property thing. The Titans are actually good at one thing defensively, stopping the run. They're 9th in the NFL in run defense. So I don't think it's that big of a deal that they struggled against Tennessee running the ball, because Tennessee has those big bodies up front and they've got the cloggers. So, I mean, they're better than Pittsburgh, New York, Minnesota, Kansas City, all of those teams.
And Simmons did come back last week.
Yep.
Simmons did come back.
Okay. So Tennessee's 9th in run defense. Where do you think Buffalo is? Out of 32.
31.
29th.
Okay.
So if they couldn't run the ball against Tennessee, that's not great on an island game in a one-off. But just because you couldn't run against a bad Tennessee team with a good run defense doesn't mean you can't run against a good Buffalo team with a bad Buffalo run attack on the defensive side. So I just think collectively they can do enough to move the chains, to hang around. And, if you're catching 6 and you're down 10 or you're down 11, backdoor, Bill's going to prevent. We've seen this movie before. So I don't know that I'm going to be chopping up the prop waters, But if I had to make one bet right now, and again, I've got 2.5 hours to change my mind or hear the prop shop or see where the room's at and change my mind, of course. But at this point in time at 9:30 in the morning on a Thursday, I'm looking at Texans +6 and not much else.
Yeah, I wouldn't be loading up on a bunch of props. And here's the reason. I don't see a shootout in this game. And maybe we should talk about that. What about this total? 43.5. A lot of times people are scared to play the under in a Bills game, especially an under in a Bills game that is only 43 in the hook. This Texans defense is lights out. And I guess that's where the handicap starts, really, in this matchup about who's going to win this game, who's going to cover this game. You trust a great offense or a great defense? If Josh Allen is being Superman like he was last week, is there any defense that's going to stop him? I'm not sure. But if he's not doing that, if he's playing like he did, 2 weeks ago at Miami, then you would say the Texans have a big advantage. I'm expecting a lower scoring game. It is difficult to get there saying under 43.5 in a Bills game, but I'm expecting more of a slog than I think most are expecting. How about you?
It's definitely a Texans total. And people always ask, well, what do you mean by that? Well, if Buffalo wanted to play the game at its pace, we're talking about a 27-24 type game because that's playing into the quarterback and the running game and their ability to score touchdowns. The Texans do not want to play a game in the 50s. The Texans want to win 17-16, 20-17. So when you see 43.5, to me at least, that says good news Texans. It says their defense will be good enough to get stops, and their offense will do enough to maybe keep Buffalo off the field. At least that's what I'm telling myself.
Yes. I was
I'll watch it be 35-3 Buffalo. I'll be like, well, maybe not a Texans total.
But that's it is. It's still an under.
Good for you. Bad for me.
I do see a bunch of avenues to the under, though. Like you just gave one, Bills blowout, where the under could hit because you got Mills on the other side and they're just never able to get it going. And then they fall behind by 2-3 scores. And then they've got to rely on Mills's arm, right? And then he just can't throw him back in the game. And so then you can't really run against the Bills, which is how you can win, how you can keep this one close. I could see where it's the Texans playing with the advantage and they want to keep that clock rolling and they're going to run the football and they want to keep it out of Josh Allen's hands. There's another avenue to an under. I mentioned that I don't see a shootout. If I'm playing side or total, if I have to pick one of those 4 spots, I would play the under 43.5. If you had to do side or total, where would you go?
I'd take the side and I'd take the 6. That's what I'm likely going to do. Yeah,
Okay.
Take Houston plus the 6. I'm really curious to hear what Shope has to say. I was kind of teasing that they're a little nervous in Buffalo. I don't know that for certain, but I don't think there's this optimism given what we've seen this year against Miami, given what we've seen against Atlanta, right? This team has not taken care of business for the most part on the road. And I think there's a little worry there. Not that they can't win and win by margin, but I don't think the optimism is as high as it should be when you're going on the road to face a backup quarterback. These are the spots that the Brady bunch used to salivate about, or Mahomes and company going on the road, taking on a backup quarterback. Oh, we're not losing this game. I don't think the optimism is that high right now in Buffalo.
Yeah, he's usually pretty on it. I reached out to him a couple weeks ago before the Miami game after we did our hit, and it's like you don't seem that confident. And I was wondering because I had a few of my spots in Survivor, and he's like, I know Allen has a great record. We usually beat the Bills, but I don't like this spot. And my takeaway was, come on, he's being ridiculous. He's just being a fan that's a little worried. It's the biggest point spread of the week. It's 9.5. Come on. Didn't have a chance in that game. So, like you, I'm very curious where he's at on that one. So that's our breakdown for Bills and Texans. We'll talk more about it in about a half hour. Mike Shope will drop by from Shope and the Bulldog at the top of the hour. We mentioned quarterback news about Rodgers and then Burrow practicing in full, so we'll see what happens there. But you had some other quarterback news with the Giants. We've been talking about that game like it's a Jameis game. Oh, you want to bet against Jameis in the second game? Well, maybe it's not going to be Jameis. It's looking like it could be Dart. And if it is Dart, the expectation with Kafka is that, okay, he's not going to have designed runs for him. So the Lions in a bounce back spot, it's leaning Dart, but we're going to have to see if there are any setbacks. So you've got Dart there and nothing else really. We can talk about Penix if you'd like, but the Dart news could be pretty interesting in that matchup against Detroit.
So if Dart plays, we've had a couple guests that have sort of hinted at this. The last thing Kafka wants to do is get Dart hurt. I think Brinson brought this up on Tuesday. One of the main reasons Dable got fired, aside from the win-loss record and collapsing in the fourth quarter multiple times, is that the quarterback of the future keeps getting concussed because they keep moving him about the pocket and designed runs, and he's getting drilled. So I would guess if it's a Dart game, you're not going to see Jackson Dart take off and run a bunch, which is probably even worse for the Giants. It's not to say that I think Winston gives them a better chance, but I think there's more versatility with Jameis Winston. That said, I also expect the Jameis Winston bottom to fall out. I'm not betting the Giants either way in the game. Speaking of Giants, have you seen the week that Cam Scadaboo has had so far?
I saw him. Was he on an interview somewhere the other day that went viral? I'm forgetting where it was.
He was at Monday Night Raw, and he shoved one of the wrestlers, got into a shoving match. He was ringside, so he's getting involved there, and the Giants fans are all upset because why is he? He's got an injury. Why is he doing that? Well, he wants to live his life. Last night he was on a Twitch stream chugging a monster out of a used cleat with his shirt off. So that's where he's at in life right now.
I'm sure the New York fan base is just fine with all of this.
He's got a cleat, and he dumps the drink in the cleat, sucks it down, and then goes with his shirt off. And you're like, oh, what's wrong with him? What is
doesn't
wrong
he?
With him?
Doesn't it look like he's always on Monster? I mean,
yes.
To put his helmet the way he does into defenders, it feels like he's always been that dude. Oh man. Going to be bad news down the road for him. Woo! Cam Scadaboo. Yeah, I'm sure New York is just fine with all of it. All right, Joe O, Sammy P, Survivor on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. It's another week of trying to stay alive in our survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one. We gonna do one.
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
You probably have at least one option. I know it's week 12, but if you're still alive and we're looking at this from the perspective of season-long stuff, the problem with my contest is a lot of them are revivals because I've been bounced out. Only one of them's been going for most of the season. But we'll bring in Paul in a minute. I'm curious where he's at. The reason I say you should have options is because we have 3 double-digit favorites. And I don't think any of them, there's no question about it, they've all been used up in all pools. That's never really been a thing. Like lately, there have been opportunities with the Ravens. Last week was an opportunity with the Ravens, but I think many were looking at the Jets this week. The Ravens nearly a 2-touchdown favorite against the Jets. The Seahawks nearly a 2-touchdown favorite at the Titans. And then we also have the Detroit Lions at home in a bounce-back spot against the Giants, not knowing which guy is going to quarterback. Is it a Jameis week? Is it a Dart week? Does it even matter? I'm not sure. So 3 double-digit games, and then you have another one that is past a touchdown. New England at Cincinnati without Jamar Chase. That thing is past a touchdown at 7.5. So I think the obvious move is if you have Baltimore, Seattle, probably Detroit, you're going to end up using them, and I think that's how most people are going down this road this week. New England, there's been a lot of spots. I think they're used up by most people. Maybe you could hang on to them. They've got the Giants coming up in another week or so. So another spot for New England with the easiest schedule I've ever seen in my life. I think in the history of the NFL, it's just ridiculous. But Paul, which pool are you alive in? Is this one that started in week number 1? And what are your options?
So I'm alive. I've got one bullet left. Is in your OG $50 3-entry survivor pool.
How many are
there's
left?
A double 83 out of more than 1,700.
Okay.
Wow.
So we're around 5%, right?
Yeah.
If I did my math right, calculator. So there's a double pick week next week too, which look, you got to get there, but you got to think about it a little bit at least. So I have used the Seahawks. I have used the Patriots. I have used the Lions.
Ravens.
So everyone who has, so it's actually less people have the Ravens than I thought. 35 of 83. So less than 50%.
They're going to be very popular though.
They're going to be the most popular
Yeah.
by far, I think, because only like 25, less than 25% have the Seahawks. 9 people have the Lions. So I was going to go
Niners.
Ravens.
Niners.
Then there's the Niners, which also, well, I think they might be second popular because everyone, 79 out of 83 have the Niners available.
The conversations that I've seen around Circa because of Thanksgiving, Christmas, they believe that the Niners are going to be the most popular team. There's a lot of people that if they don't have one of those top 3 teams, they're jumping to the Niners. Whew, Monday Night Football. That would scare the hell out of me, man.
Well, now
Yeah.
that I've
Yes.
said Niners, I think Paul is making a mental note to not take the Niners.
They were further down on my list anyway, because again, you don't want to save teams at this point because you got to get through. But again, it feels like a weird spot for me with that terrible defense. Oh, Purdy's back. Everything's fixed. It's not. Panthers, again, I almost wish they hadn't. It's funny to see that offense play well, but like, are you going to see that 2 weeks in a row on the road? Probably not. So I want to believe in a Panthers upset, but that's probably just hopes and dreams.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the Bears.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh God! You've said all
You're gonna
year
do it against
they're not
Rodgers?
real. This is not real, and now you're gonna take the Bears.
What if it's Rodgers? Are you off if it's Rodgers?
Vanquish the Dragon.
Oh, good grief!
Yikes.
So here's I mean, I could go maybe. Here's why I might actually go. I'll have to consider Ravens. I was never going to consider Ravens. I've got to look at next week because I was going to go Ravens Eagles next week.
Do you have Green Bay?
Burrows. What?
Do you have Green Bay?
Hold please. I do not. I've used them as well.
Okay.
If it's Burrow next week, all of a sudden the Ravens become a lot less appealing.
So Pool Genius does their projections, not their circa projections, just the regular projections of pools that started from the beginning. They project Baltimore as being the most popular team of the week at 30%. They put Seattle at 25%, San Francisco third at 19%.
Maybe SF. Because again, in circa, that's a different conversation, and that's not this conversation.
Correct.
And the other spot for SF is in a couple weeks against, what is it, the Titans? Something like that. But it's not, they're not an option really next week in the double pick. So it's not like they're on the road in Cleveland. I think I'm good there.
You're probably thinking you want to save Baltimore for next week because it's double pick. But now with the Burrow situation, that might not be a great idea. Divisional matchup. The projected point spread is still 7.5, even with the Burrow news yesterday. Now, a few days ago, it was higher, of course. Burrow's first game back. How do you think he's going to look?
You think next week will be his first week back? Not this.
If it is.
Not this week.
If it is. Okay, if it is next week.
Joe, against that defense, you and I could look like all world.
Well, Lamar should look all world no matter what, right? I mean,
the Ravens are going to run the ball down their throat the whole game.
Yeah.
I'd rather leave myself the option to still take the Ravens in the double pick week just because my options are very limited, and I'd feel pretty good with the Eagles against the Bears after a dominant win against Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers.
All right, give us your list for this week. What's your list?
I'm curious, like, what's the 1, 2, 3? Like, if you were going to power rank the 3.
Well, right now, Bears are plugged in. So, but like, I'm going to put Ravens further down. So I guess Niners/Bears is the conversation. Like, am I getting too cute? Yeah. Probably. But I'm not, like, let me go through the rest of the games, right? So it is, all right, Texans, no. Vikings, Packers, no. Bengals, no. Like, Jags against the Cardinals, Raiders, Browns, Saints, Falcons, Niners are kind of my options.
My favorite pick, if you have them, for anybody out there, is Seattle.
Yeah.
Like, that is what I am most confident in. I know the point spread's about the same. It's actually a little bit shorter at some spots in Baltimore. I feel more confident in Seattle. And plus, moving forward, where are you going to take Seattle? You could go next week against Minnesota. That's going to be a tougher week. That's a possibility. Week 17 at Carolina, where Carolina plays better, makes me a little uneasy. If you have Detroit available, you might want to use them sooner rather than later. Because the other larger point spreads, potentially, week 14, they host Dallas. I don't want to go against that offense. And week 16, they host Pittsburgh. Another number that's going to be inside of a touchdown. I think the dog is live to win either one of those games. So it's basically these top 3, top 4 matchups. If you have any of them, most people, they might have one. They're probably going to go that way. Like, there's one pool where I'm locked into Seattle. The other 3 I've used already. It's going to be Seattle, and I feel great about it. I also have a double pick one in the one Kelly started last week. I was surprised with it being such a chalk week, how many were knocked out. But yeah, I'm like, okay, who am I going to pair with Seattle? That might depend on the Giants quarterback. If it's Jameis, I want to go Detroit because I know most people are going to go Baltimore, Seattle. If it's Dart, we'll find out. I already used New England in that one last week. But these are the conversations people are having. I'm surprised at the number of options, Sam, that people have in week 12. So many large point spreads.
Paul, where are you at on Kansas City? Have you burned them or are you saving them?
I think I used them. Hold on. Got to pull it up.
Giants,
yes.
Maybe? Week 3?
Week 8, I used them against the Commanders, Monday Night Football. That was a good pivot.
Because that's an interesting...
Yeah. If I had him available, I'd feel comfortable.
Well, I mean, you have 2 bullets on Kansas City real quick. You've got them Sunday against Indy at home in Kansas City, and then they play on Thanksgiving, obviously in Dallas. You could use them one of 2 if you still had them, but I figured a lot of people had already burned Kansas City. Joe, I imagine in your re-up you have KC available, right?
Let me check. I think I do. Yes, I do. I have them available. I have 2 spots. I have them available in both.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to win this week at home against Indy, I would think. But for more of the long guys like Paul's still alive in the main, beginning of the season contest. Like, when do you use for somebody who saved Kansas City? When do you waste that bullet? And I would think it's either Sunday or Thursday coming up.
Yeah, in the one that I have that's gone most of the season. Actually, the Nick Wright pool. I did use Kansas City fairly early on. That's the one where I'm kind of locked into Seattle. It's just I changed it up. I went Baltimore last week, so with this spot in mind, you're going to use Baltimore last week, or are you going to use them this week? I think that's how most people ended up looking at it. Circa Survivor. Even though it was chalky last week, there were a handful knocked out. They're like 939, I think. The Grandissimo one is interesting, Sam, because they've been stuck at 6 for a while, and there is no interest in a chop, it sounds like. The Grandissimo, there's 6 left. I know that you're aware of some of these team names. Gamble Balls is one of them, still alive. And I don't think this is you. Sammy Saddest on OF? That's not you, right?
No, it's not.
Okay, damn.
I've thought about starting an OnlyFans, but no, I'm not there yet.
We might. Maybe Horvat will. Who knows with that guy? You never know.
Honestly.
Feed Finder? No? All right, let's find out more about Thursday Night Football. Texans, Bills. Our buddy Mike Shope will drop by of WGR, Shope and the Bulldog. He's next. He gambles, so I'm sure we'll have some prop angles as well right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans kick off week number 12 tonight in the National Football League over on Amazon. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's talk about this game coming up with our buddy Mike Shope from WGR. Shope and the Bulldog. Check him out every afternoon. I'm there Thursdays. Sammy drops by on Fridays. Mike, how you doing?
I am great. It's always an honor and a pleasure to visit my favorite show.
Wow. Very kind, Mike. Thank you so much. Are you guys nervous in Buffalo or what? That's the first question about tonight.
You know, the whole thing about asking you to reschedule with us had nothing to do with the Bills, in my opinion, like the Bills' chances of winning tonight.
Sure.
It really isn't or wasn't about that. I will have to admit, when we're talking about them after a loss, it does get more, there's more energy, and there's, the odds would be a little different that we'd have, so to speak, room for a Bet Sweats segment. But that's all I was thinking, win or lose, is it's a next day show. Are the fans nervous? I mean, in a macro sense, that's just how we always are. This season is different because of New England, and I guess to an extent Denver and Indianapolis too. The whole thing was about the 1 seed, and that, the odds don't look great there. I don't know though, in a vacuum, if fans are necessarily nervous about this game. The Bills haven't won in Houston in a long time, if that has anything to do with emotions. 2006 is the last time, 0-5 since then, 0-3 with Allen around. So that's kind of weird. But Davis Mills, it's a good but not great Texans team. It's a good defense. I think the biggest worry about there's two, and they're obvious. On offense, it's whether they have the weapons they can really win with in the end, and that won't be known until January. Last week was a good week. And then on defense, they're just really slow, and the injuries have been a problem. So I think in terms of the team itself, that's where fans are most nervous.
With your fantasy background, you always struck me as a guy, you're going to trust the great offenses over the great defenses. And that's what tonight is. I mean, you've got a great offense matched up against a phenomenal defense. The league has also changed a little bit over the last couple of years. A lot of the numbers have been pushed back a little bit in this cyclical league. This is how it always ends up working in the end, even though a few years ago it felt like there's no way we could go back to defenses kind of running things. Not that they're running things. The best teams are more balanced. That's kind of where we're at in 2025. How do you view this matchup? And when you look at Allen against great defenses, how's he performed overall?
I never want to doubt him, especially in prime time. Atlanta happened, though, and now the turnovers are back. So I'm a little less confident in that. I was interested earlier watching you guys today, and you're both very kind to me about Mike will come on and tell us like the right angles because it's a Bills game. And then I heard you both lay out your thoughts on the game, and I'm like, I'm right with you both. When Sam said, can Houston run the ball is the big one. And I feel like they're going to try. And then, Joe, you had a really sharp idea there that maybe they will go to Chubb here over Marks, even though Marks has kind of taken over the backfield. And you might see a team like Houston in this case play a little bit of a long game where they've got the Titans on Sunday and, Chubb is older. Maybe we see more value in him on the short week. So I don't know. But the Bills offense had a great week against Tampa Bay, and I'm a little bit confused as to how they did it. They sat Coleman, Kincaid was injured, and they really just got these huge plays out of their other guys. It was Tyrell Shavers, who sounds like maybe, and I mean this as in the highest respect to you guys, maybe somebody you guys didn't know about before Sunday. Tyrell Shavers, and then Ty Johnson broke one, and then you had a big Cook play. So the yards kind of came in these few chunk plays, as they say, in that game. Tampa lost its best corner early in Jamel Dean, and they just did a lot of game management stuff that was just not optimal. Otherwise, I think it could have been a Tampa win. So where do the Bills, this is always the question, Joe, like where do the Bills get their yards from? Who do they get their yards and points from if it isn't just going to be Allen doing it all? And that's what makes these touchdown props fun on Thursday nights and on Bills games, because you can really go in a lot of different directions, and maybe we'll talk about that.
That said, with Allen, I hate the math on this in the sense that Josh has been around plus 115, plus 120 to score most games, to cross the goal line, not to throw, obviously, to score a touchdown. And now we look at a game totaled at 43, and he's minus 120, minus 125, minus 130. He's getting more expensive, obviously, off of the huge game last week. But this game is totaled at 43, and they're telling you, okay, we're only going to get 5 touchdowns, maybe 6. I don't love minus 125, minus 130 in a game totaled at 43. That's all.
No, I would never. And like you, I really don't want to give 6 points to a road team on a short week that has been so up and down for as good as they've been and as good as they are on offense. So, yeah, I wouldn't play an Allen touchdown, even though it often hits, of course. I'm more I think maybe like you guys, the type to, dabble in other longer shot plays. And I would throw out the name Elijah Moore for tonight at 10-1 at BetMGM plus 1,000, because Curtis Samuel won't play. Even with their depletions last week, they lost 2 guys in the game. They lost Samuel for this game as well. So as McCole Hardman is the other one. So I think maybe Moore slides in for Samuel, and who knows if they, instead of second or third and goal from the 3 where they can just shove Allen into the end zone, it's from the 7, and maybe you see a jet sweep or something like that at 10-1. I'll be playing that.
With Mike Chope, WGR in Buffalo, Joe O, Sammy P here on Bet Sweats. What about the pass defense? We talk a lot about the Bills' lack of a rushing defense. They got Nico Collins on the other side. I know it's a backup quarterback with Davis Mills here, but Collins still had 10 targets, 92 yards, 9 receptions last week. How do you think the Bills' secondary is going to be able to handle Nico?
I think he's a problem. The Bills, to their credit, have been a much better pass defense than run defense. I mean, to their credit, as like they've prioritized that. But they have their challenges even in the secondary right now. Some of that you notice in the run game, how teams are getting so many rushing yards against the Bills is a lot from just like when a guy like even Sean Tucker, we saw it with Bijan Robinson, you saw it in week 1 with Derrick Henry, gets to that second level, it's over sometimes. You just don't see anybody else on the screen on some of these. There's breakaway runs. On one of Tucker's touchdowns last week, Poyer just can't get there. He's got the wrong angle and he's just too slow. It's incredible that he's on the field for the Bills at this point of his career. So in the pass defense, I think probably Collins is their only. I mean, what would you do? I just want to feed him. He had a big touchdown against the Bills last year. Houston beat the Bills last year, and then he ran into the tunnel and he disappeared for 5 weeks with a hamstring injury. It's a real mystery to me what Houston is doing in the passing game beyond him. They've mixed in their rookies a little bit. They don't throw the ball to Christian Kirk, who, by the way, is one of Allen's best buddies, if that matters, for tonight. It's kind of a mystery there. But Collins is really good, and they should feed him. The Bills have Christian Benford in the secondary. They really don't travel with, wide receiver ones. But Benford's play has slipped a little bit this year. And then you're talking about a rookie and Max Hairston, Trey White at the late stages of his career. Cole Bishop at safety has been an impact player, but there's only so much they're capable of, I think. I like Collins, if Houston's on point, to have a good game.
Let's just play the final score game. What is it tonight?
20-17 somebody. Depending on
that's good for both of us, Joe. That's good for both of us.
Yeah. I told you, I'm with your sensibilities on this one. It's just, okay. I'm not taking last week's Bills blow up to mean a lot. I think there were, some circumstances that led to that, and they got there. But it's not to me like they're back. I just don't think you can do that in the NFL. They showed, we went into the season, the priors were, this team is going to have challenges at skill position, or wide receiver at least, talent. That came to the surface, that came to light. We knew that was correct. Then last week was like pop, and it was so upside down. Even Khalil Shakir, their considered number 1 receiver, went for negative yards against the Buccaneers, and they scored 44 points. I'm going to need more than one game to believe that this thing is fixed.
I was messing with you guys a few weeks ago before the Bills-Chiefs game because you threw out the idea of maybe the Chiefs don't make the playoffs. I was like, nice pipe dream, guys. They were sitting 5-3. Now they've lost a couple games since. Now they're 5-5. They're still favored to be a playoff team, of course, because they will be probably until they're completely knocked out. But how do you feel about that now, sitting 5-5 with this Colts game looming, and right now the Chiefs are the 9 seed?
Straight up, I think they'll make it. But yeah, you called it cute. And while you were chiding me or us on that, I went and bet it at plus 750 during that conversation.
Did you?
Yes, the Chiefs to miss. So at BetMGM. So I still think they do make it, but it's not like their schedule's easy, and it's not like there isn't traffic. And this game might be pretty big to that tonight for Kansas City. They have the problem of having lost to Jacksonville. They're not going to be able to sweep the Chargers. They've already lost to them. Of course, they can't sweep Denver, and they're way behind Denver. It's a tough road. It happens in the NFL where you have a team. Last year, we had Cincinnati nightmares a little bit around here to an extent, because the Bengals can be so good on offense. Like, we don't want to play the Bengals. And I think Bills fans were glad that they didn't have to, and they got Denver in the first round. So there are seasons where, even with how much the Chiefs have won, where it just doesn't break your way.
Well, and don't look now, but guess who didn't practice yesterday for Kansas City? Xavier Worthy with an ankle. And it's like, all right, here we go. If he's not 100%, and clearly he's not, if he's playing at 85, 90%, it just changes the calculus, because then you can't do all the things that you want to do with a guy like that. So I think
I've got one for you. Sorry, Sam. I was going to say, I've got one for you in this category. We're talking before about how teams might slow play things. You know who else didn't practice yesterday in the NFL? Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
And now,
a little different there, though.
Now it's an ankle. It's a new one. And he's not running.
Last year
they're 14-point favorites.
Knee, right?
Yep. They beat the Bears without him. Do they think they can beat the Jets without him and still take over first place and have him be healthy for Cincinnati on Thanksgiving with a short week?
Yeah.
They don't need him. They don't. Let me ask you one more question, fantasy related. If we were to, as Cincinnati gets bet across the board off 7, a lot of books just came off the 7. So we're 6.5 now, New England at Cincy. If Burrow's going to play, is there anything somebody that plays daily fantasy should think about with Burrow potentially back in the fold?
Yes. Last night was waivers in my big ones, and there were 2 players of interest. One is Andre Yosivash, who might get more of the work. He should get more of the work with Chase out. And the other is Noah Fant. And tight ends are just so touchdown dependent. And when my partner Bulldog hit that big Thursday night parlay, it wasn't Darnell Washington that blew my mind on it. It was Noah Fant. And he's like, oh, well, somebody else was hurt that night. Like, that was awesome. So I think Fant could, I don't know prices with DFS. I don't play a lot over there, but they're both interesting. They're 1 week plays, at least Yosivash is, because Chase will be back. But those would be the 2 names, I think.
Mike, rest of the card outside of tonight's game, is there a particular side or anything of interest fantasy wise for week 12?
What came to mind, actually, I mean, it's a sickness, but Jacksonville, Arizona, not knowing who each team's lead running back will be, and it's a late game on Sunday. So I think I'm going to have teams where, this is just my life. Is Bam Knight active, or is Bashal Tutin's ankle sprain actually a high or a low ankle sprain? And like, still, even if you know, you don't know. So it's not at all marquee, but that's what, when you ask that, that's what I think. I'm going to spend way too much time invested in the injury report and the Ian Rappaport updates on the Jaguars and Cardinals.
Yep.
We call that the Paul Aspen special, Jacksonville, Arizona. That is the Paul Aspen special. Those are his 2 favorite teams.
Oh, loves the Cardinals.
I know. Loves the Cardinals. It's been the Jaguars for years, too, until they just screw him too many times where he eventually walks away. But yeah, I mean, over. Let's just play the over in Cardinals games. That's kind of where we're at.
I want to, but I could also see it being 13-10 because it's literally the Jaguars and the Cardinals. That's the problem I'm having with it.
All right. Mike Shope, WGR out in Buffalo. I'll be on this afternoon, and Sammy will be on later on Friday. Thank you, Mike, and talk later, all right?
Thank you.
All right. Good stuff there from Mike Shope and his perspective on the Buffalo Bills. Sounds like we're aligned, Sam. Thinking the same thing.
When he
Texans
said 2017, my heart just skipped a beat. I was like, that's good for me. It's good for Joe. It's good for everybody.
But you also want to make sure the Bills win.
I need a Bills win. But I don't feel good about it. I don't.
All right. College football card next. Joe O, Sammy P on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Mike Shope hanging out with us here on Bet Sweats. We'll talk some college football coming up now. Jeff Schwartz, he's going to pop in. We're in the office that Sam is at right now in the New York offices before he records Bear Bets later on today. We'll talk some Oregon with him coming up, but we've got to look at this entire card. We could start there on our own, Sam, before Jeff pops in, because the number's 9.5, 10, and this is a playoff game. That's what this is. Let's be real. The Ducks' resume isn't the strongest. So if they were to lose this game, oh my God, look at that.
Look who just walked in wearing a Ducks hat and a Ducks polo, the one and only.
The
green is strong.
We went on a second date last night, and you should have seen the willpower that Sammy had to not get a pudding at Magnolia Bakery last night. I was very impressed with Sammy's willpower, because he texted me earlier in the day. He was like, look at this banana pudding. I'm gonna have it later. And he didn't do it. I was very pleased.
It's a world famous banana pudding with what looks like wafers crunched up and put into it. And I sent it to Jeff earlier. But the issue was we had so much sushi and raw fish. I told Jeff, if I eat that much sodium and then go take down a banana pudding, I'm going to drop dead. Like, I just can't handle that right now.
I heard he ate you again, Jeff. I
don't eat as much as you think I would, but I also ate pizza 2 hours before I had dinner, because I was at another place and they bought me. Supposedly it's the best pizza in New York City. It was incredible. Like, it was this fig jam with bacon. It was so good. Oh my God, it was so good. They went with prosciutto on it and it was with burrata, I think it was. So good. So yeah, I mean, if I had not eaten the pizza a couple hours beforehand, I probably would have been in the same par with Sammy there.
Last thing on food before we get into Oregon USC, which we were just about to talk.
You also can't use chopsticks correctly, but that's a side note.
Everybody's batting stance is different. I told him this last night. No, it doesn't matter. At least I didn't ask for a fork. So I told him this. I said, look, because he wanted to walk to the bakery. And I said, what we should do, the two of us should walk in there, our big asses, and go, can we get a small pudding and 2 spoons?
No.
Because they've got small, medium, and large. And I'm with him, like, one small pudding, 2 spoons, please.
Do you think they thought it was weirder that we walked in there and ordered nothing, or if we had ordered the small with 2 spoons? What would have been weirder for them?
I don't know.
They were like, what are these two yahoos doing, just walking in and not ordering?
Yeah, 6'5", 3 bills. Can we get the small pudding, 2 spoons, please? And then just sit at a table and feed each other? That would have been classic. All right, anyways. Oregon, USC, I was just about to say before you walked in, I think the Ducks are going to smash them.
I think so too. I know that roster construction is not like the be all end all for how we evaluate games, but in the base level, Oregon has much better football players. Like, they're better at quarterback, I think, in totality, especially on schedule wise. They're better offensive line. If Page doesn't play, so Elijah Page is USC's left tackle, got hurt last game. They showed him yesterday walking to practice with his knee braces on. This old offensive lineman over here caught his hands weren't taped for practice. So I don't know if he's really practicing or not. They'll try to fool you with that type of stuff, right? Oregon's better at running back. USC's obviously better at wide receiver. We're better on defense, defensive line, linebacker, secondary, and they might be without Kamari Ramsey, who's a legit day 2 pro for them on defense. So just from roster perspective, I think it's a tough matchup for them as well. And then I think we're just playing good football, man. Like we're playing very controlled. One game you got to win by running the ball on the road to Iowa. Next game you throw for 300 against Minnesota. So looking forward to it. We just can't let those wide receivers, dominate the game, Lane and Lemon. And one thing I've been trying to find, it's hard to find. Do you know how to get college football officiating crews? Do you know where to find that at?
No.
Because if this is something very in the weeds, but I think it's really important here. If they let the Oregon corners be physical, which is how they play, that obviously benefits us. If they're going to call a bunch of pass interferences because we're physical outside, that benefits USC. So I'm kind of curious to see if that plays a role in the games. Our corners are Finney's a freshman All-American, maybe an All-American. He's very handsy. If they call pass interference a bunch, that benefits USC. But I think in the end, we've been building for this game for a while now. I do like us to cover the 9.5.
Yeah, USC certainly struggled on the road this year.
Yes.
If things do go wrong, even though you're in the Big Ten, are you screwed?
Oh, we're out. We're out of the playoffs. Yeah. I think so, which is fair. I mean, like these are the games you have to win if you want to be a playoff team. I think they understand that. This is why you play in the Big Ten. It's why you recruit the way you do. It's why you have expectations for your program. I'd rather be here than elsewhere. So it is hugely important for the playoffs. And if we win, I think we're in. If USC wins, they got a good chance to be in as well. But I think we're just better than them, man. I mean, I know it's not always about that, especially when you're trying to cover a game. But also, Sammy said this all week. I think it's going to be true. It's going to be like the public dog of the week, man. Everyone's going to be on USC this weekend.
Yeah.
Why 9.5? That's a lot of points. And we're already seeing it come in with people giving their picks. A lot of people are on USC.
Is there anything else that you love Saturday?
We're both on Iowa. I think Iowa might shut out Michigan State. I think like 31-0. Like it's going to be, I think, pretty ugly. I like UCLA late Saturday night against Washington. Nico should play this weekend. Washington's been horrendous on the road. It's a look-ahead spot for them. They got Oregon in 2 weeks. Jed Fish might be on the way out. I think UCLA can cover the 10.5 there. Those are my three favorites so far.
Okay. You asked about
I like
referees.
Wisconsin too, I think. I think Wisconsin.
You have refs? You got ref info for us?
Ref info?
No. I was just going to ask him if he's going to play referee when Miami comes up on bear bets between you and Bear.
Yeah. We're going to have a lot of fun with Bear today. I cannot wait. I can't wait to do this. He's going to be so angry. I'm going to rile him up. We know how to get him going here.
He likes to rile you up about Oregon.
I'm going to get him going here.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
See you guys later.
I can't wait to hear that, Sam. If you're as fired up as you were yesterday, which I think you will be, I'll bring something up to get you fired up at the end of the show. So then when you go and record that, you'll be raring to go. Not that you need it.
No, don't need it. Guess who's on the show today? Dan Lanning, head coach of Oregon, is on Bear Bets today.
Really? Awesome.
Yeah,
it's a big get.
That
one in.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's huge. It's a big game to talk about. Probably the biggest game of the weekend. What else has your attention? Games that we have not talked about yet, or at least we haven't in the last few minutes there, or maybe you want to dive more into. What else you like this weekend?
I think we've covered Oregon enough. I've said my piece. He said his. If you want to add anything on it, by all means, go for it. We could circle back to it. I do like Iowa. It doesn't sound like Michigan State has a lot of health at quarterback. I was told Chiles is still out. He was their quarterback one. He started the season at quarterback. He's been hurt. And then the backup got hurt in the last game, and they're calling him questionable. I'm not hearing good things about that. His name is Milivojevic. He's Serbian, if you couldn't tell.
Yes.
So if both of those guys are out, Michigan State is going to start a freshman quarterback on the road in Iowa City. Not great. The number now is 16.5 or 17. If they're both ruled out, which I would call likely at this point, I have no intel on it, but it's just not sounding good. That's probably going to close 17.5, 18. So if you want to lay a 16.5 right now, I like it. Jeff likes it. And then here's the one I wanted to ask you. I can't even say it without a little pause or a little chuckle. Rutgers is catching 31.5 at Ohio State. Why would Ohio State play anybody good in the second half, knowing what's on deck against Michigan?
Right. Well, and after Michigan too, right? Like, why would you go all in this game? So obviously you're on the Rutgers side. I there's a couple of big dogs that you're looking at. Are you still looking at Syracuse too in the 30s,
No,
mid 30s?
no. I
You're
just
out on
brought
that
it
one?
up. No, I asked.
No, you were
Paul.
asking.
I said,
I didn't say you
yeah,
were
I was
betting it.
asking.
You're just yes.
My list. Here's my list. And again, I'm overthinking it to all hell because I lost 4 games on Saturday, and I gave 3 of those a pick 6, and 1 was a touchdown, onside kick touchdown. So I'm just like, I'm so fried right now. But my list of 5 is Oregon, Iowa, Rutgers, James Madison, and Air Force. Those are my 5 so far. And then I also, because like I said, I'm not in a good place right now.
Yeah.
I'm asking people during the break, like, do we like North Carolina +7 at home against Duke?
I know.
You know,
I
like
was
that.
like,
I'm just
okay.
like, that's where I'm at. Like, I'm
Yeah.
overthinking everything because when you have a bad week, this is what we go through. I am trying to
I
make
hear
the
you.
perfect picks, and I hate it, but that's what's going on right now. And I literally have 30 minutes to get these picks in for Bear Bets, and I have to get 5 or 6 down to 3. So wish me luck.
So Minnesota has beyond sucked on the road, but those have been their most difficult matchups. Like, they just keep getting blown out on the road. Northwestern's favored by 4. Northwestern off the Wrigley game. They should have won. They lose last second on a field goal to Michigan. They were +5 and they lost. +5 in the turnover margin, and they still end up losing that game. I really want to take the Gophers +4 in Evanston.
Okay. No, that's
I don't
another
know if you
Wrigley
have any
game.
interest.
That's a
It's
Wrigley
Wrigley
game
again?
Yes.
Oh, that's dumb. Really? So they're just going to keep it, get more bang for their buck out of that?
I found
Well,
that
I
out
don't
that
think-
yesterday too. I was like, wait, they're doing this again? Why?
Who's going to
I
go to
don't
this one?
think that
Michigan, I
they-
get.
Nobody's going to go.
Yeah.
So I think the thought process there is they don't want to deal with a lot of November home games because their stadium or lack thereof, their field, I guess, is right off the lake. And that is going to be brutal if you get that 20, 25 mile per hour wind with nothing to obstruct because it comes right off the lake. It'll just take passes and blow them out of bounds. And it's just not ideal because their new stadium, I don't believe, is ready until next season. So I think this was sort of a calculated process where we're going to play the early games in September and October at the turf field, lacrosse, whatever. And then when we get to November, we'll just do Wrigley. But if you gave me 4 free tickets to this game, I wouldn't go.
You can get in for $25.
You'd have to pay me to go.
No,
you have to
I'm
pay
not
me to go to
interested.
that game. No.
Yeah. No, definitely not going to that one. I still would rather look at the Minnesota side. Minnesota catching points there. How about Texas? I totally get it, and I actually agree with the move on this game. Money coming in on Arkansas. How are they going to respond to what happened last week? What are we going to get out of this team? You got idiots like me saying that they're eliminated. Some people making the case, whoa, maybe not. If you look at the games that are left, maybe Texas can sneak their way in. I'm not buying it. Man, I'll give Arkansas credit. You know, the season goes down the tubes. They keep on losing. They fire the coach, going through all this. These kids are still fighting. Like, it looks pathetic when you look at the record, and it's now 8 straight losses, but they're there in every game. It doesn't matter who the SEC opponent is most of the times, outside of like the Notre Dame game. Like, they're in all of these games. Sam, they are 0-6 in one-score games. They are a 9 to 9.5 point dog against the Longhorns. Last week it was LSU. I think it's 5 losses by 3 or less. Like, they're always in these games. They just don't know how to win yet. I like Arkansas plus the points. Sure, I wish I had the 10, but that's no longer available.
Well, this might keep coming down too. I see 8.5s at a couple places. There's an 8 at Chris offshore. Remember, this did open 10. So there's been an appetite, no doubt, to bet against Texas. And as somebody who had Texas last week, took 6.5, watched it come down to 4.5, and then just blew up in my face third quarter. 14-10 became 28-10. Bang, bang, bang. Touchdown, onside kick, touchdown. And you're like, all right, that one's over. I have to do Air Force. Like, I really think that's a good play. I had them last week. They had a horrible, horrible turnover that led to 7 the other way. They're catching 3.5 at home against New Mexico. Air Force is 3-7. New Mexico 7-3. Yeah, this is me. I have to get back to my roots and just get ugly, filthy. Take the games that nobody wants to take. I'm going to end up on Air Force in Carolina. I can feel it.
In Carolina, plus the touchdown. Did you have a thought on Pitt this week? This is a tough spot for them. After they get hammered by Notre Dame, now they got to go to Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's like they win, they're in the ACC championship game. You got Haynes King on the other side after Heinschel gets knocked down to earth against that Notre Dame defense when he was flying high. It's senior day, and the number's 2.5.
Matoy wants to go back to Pitt. And I'm like,
I can't. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's going to be on Georgia Tech. I'm sure they'll be in the room, but I don't know about going back to Pitt in that one. But that's probably why he's doing it.
Yeah, probably.
Ooh. Yeah. All right. Joe O, Sammy P, we keep things rolling. Don't forget 10 toes down at the top of the hour. You got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Top of the hour, 10 toes down, 11:20 Eastern Time. Gracie the Witch. We all provide a birth date, birthplaces, birth times. And is the question, Sam, going to be, tell us about our history? Like, what is next for us? Is it long-term, short-term? Like, what do you think we should ask for some specifics?
I'm internally concerned about what's going to happen.
So am I.
I'd like to hear about that. I'd like to face my problems head on, to be honest with you. So I'm really curious what my forecast is, and I don't know because I talked to her. Kelly put me on a group thread about 2 weeks ago. And
Okay.
if you don't know, Gracie is part of Kelly's spiritual council, and she uses astrology to predict the future. So she wanted our basics, right? Date of birth, time of birth, location. And she will use the stars and the planets and all that to figure out how we project. And I don't want to look back. I want to look forward, to be honest with you. So I can't wait for that. We have to ask her about the Chiefs because she's a big Chiefs person.
100%.
And at 5-5, we have to ask her what's wrong with the Chiefs. Like that might be, so our future, my future, our future, whatever is one. And then two would be the future of the Kansas City Chiefs.
I just want to know about Jake. Screw my future. I don't care.
Doesn't
I'm more curious
everybody?
about that. Yes. Concerned or curious? That's kind of what I'm going through right now. What am I? What would you say you are? Because you mentioned both of those words in there. I think more curious. Yeah. I think a little more curious. I'm not as concerned. We'll see. We'll see what the witch has to say. I might march a store off the show. Who knows if we get to lightning bets later on. All right. You got the results from your hospital visit yesterday, your blood donation, the vitamin D gate that was out there. I realized something yesterday. I was taking a look. I'm like, okay, so I take these vitamins or this. I kind of every week I put it in like the a medicine thing for the week, so I'm good to go. And I haven't looked in a while what I'm taking. And then I realized yesterday, I'm like, oh, I take a vitamin D every day. At some point along, I thought I need to take vitamin D. Somebody's told me something or I saw something and I started taking it. So I thought that was funny because I was laughing at the idea about you and the vitamin D, and they were trying to make you all nervous about how your life was going to end and they're going to steal your thyroid and all that. But I realized yesterday I take vitamin D on a daily basis while you were like taking 80 vitamin D gummies the day before you had to go in.
This doctor is not getting anywhere near my thyroid. Let me be very clear about this. You are not sniffing this thyroid. I know what you're doing, and I don't like it, doc. So I have 3 results because they tested my blood and they ran my vitamin D, my calcium, and my PTH. PTH is the thyroid. So she was like, worst case scenario, we have to take your thyroid. Okay, well, let's check the PTH results. They give you a range. A normal range is 15 to 65. And that is a green bar. Anything outside is yellow. I'm at 40. So I'm right in the middle between 15 and 65. Could not be more in the middle if I tried. So you ain't getting my thyroid. Nice try. That ain't happening. Okay? So the PTH is perfect. My vitamin D, I am back in the green. Back in the green. Now, still on the low side, but back in the green. Here's where they scare you, though. They still always want to scare you. This is like Paul's theory about the dentist. The dentist just finds things wrong, and the doctors do the same thing. Here's my calcium results. Before I even click on the results, there's a red bar that says abnormal. Abnormal calcium. Okay? Then I click calcium. I'm supposed to be between 8.7 and 10.2 on calcium. I'm 10.4. 10.4. I am 0.2 above the green. 0.2. And you're going to write on a red bar abnormal. Get bent. I'm not going back. I'm not even answering the phone. Stop. This is stupid. If a normal range is 8.7 and 10.2 and I'm 10.4, that is not abnormal. Quit. Cut this. Stop trying to scare people. That is not abnormal.
Did you have this scheduled, or did you go in before the insurance runs out?
Both.
Okay. Maybe I should go in. Somebody said that, was it Horvat? He's like, I got to get a colonoscopy before the end of the year.
Yeah. I have to do that too. Maybe in a couple years. Maybe after I find my next thing.
I haven't done that yet either. So maybe I should.
Oh, I have a dental appointment when I'm home. I have an eye appointment at the beginning of December. I'm knocking everything out. Yeah. So this was a follow-up though, because they drew my blood in June or July, and they were like, your calcium's abnormal and your vitamin D's abnormal. We'll see you in 3 months. Yeah. So abnormal that it could wait 3 months. So this was the follow-up, and it looks like I'm not going to die from my calcium abnormality, and you are not getting my thyroid.
How's the prostate situation?
I don't know yet.
I think I got to get that checked too. Now see, the scare tactic works. Like, they tell you all these things. We laugh at the idea. We're like, we know your game. Like, we act like we're tough. And then, like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, wait, I got to do this and I got to do that. And, I've always been too busy to even think about all this stuff, which is definitely the wrong approach. I've got to get all that checked out. Damn. I'm not going to die anyways. We're fine. Everything's good.
I feel great. I mean, aside from my scathing calcium abnormality, I don't know where calcium came from. Yeah, I think I'm going to make it, though. I think I'm going to make it.
I think you will, too. Both of us will, hopefully. A lot of feedback, this week's been funny. A lot of feedback on leaves. A lot of feedback yesterday on soups. People were interested in that. I planned on having a soup. It just never occurred yesterday. Did anybody have a soup? Because I saw in the chat, Paul was asking, he had more soup questions about what qualifies as a soup today.
Paul, go ahead.
Is gazpacho a soup?
Why is this coming up?
Because I think my phone was listening to us yesterday, but like scrolling through IG, like it was like
really
recipe for gazpacho or whatever. Gazpacho is the kind of one that got away. It's kind of tough to you gotta blend some bread and stuff. I've tried to make gazpacho. It hasn't come out all that great,
The one that got away is wild.
I'll have some gazpacho. I'll have some time on my hands when it's -15 in January to try and work on a cold soup technique. So that'll be good.
Who's the one that got away, Paul? Gazpacho.
Gazpacho. I love a gazpacho.
Paul's gonna be bathing himself.
Don't worry, we can tell.
The one that got away.
I had some chili yesterday, which we have confirmed.
Did you?
Soup. Yeah, I made a red and a white this past weekend.
It's
pretty good.
That's why you were asking about chili. Look at you.
Yeah.
Man.
Chili
Andy
pie.
Molitor tweeted out a picture. He made the loaded baked potato soup yesterday. He was on our show.
Ooh.
And I don't know if he planned on making the soup until we had him on the show and we asked him about soup at the end. He put a picture up of the loaded potato and he had the big chunks of bacon floating on top. It looked really good.
I think we might have talked him out of chowder because he mentioned something about a chowder, and then we questioned chowder as a soup as well. And he ends up going with a loaded baked potato soup, which sounds amazing, especially this time of year.
Oh, it looks terrific. Well, to be fair, what he did say about chowder was we asked about the most photogenic ones, right? And he said the ones that look the best for photos. He said,
I don't know.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Just so once we went to chowder, I guess I didn't.
You're like, heard it. You're like, screw that.
Chowder.
Terrible take.
Out on chowder.
Had gazpacho on
not
the
half
brain.
not half listening to the show, just the part of the show that was discussing chowder.
Chowder,
I got an email this morning. Apparently my my leaf blower, mulcher, all that arrives today at about 1 o'clock. So I will get off the train at 7:45 p.m. I will get home and I will assemble and be ready for Saturday's festivities in the yard where I just tear apart every leaf in sight.
Somebody's going to steal it before you get home.
I hope not.
I think you should also get a ring cam so you can video yourself doing the mulching, leaf blowing thing, and
You don't have one?
have content for the show. I just
Do
want to see
not have a
video
ring
content.
camera, but don't worry. I've already thought about this for the show. I will set the
Okay.
phone up and I will stand it up on the steps and I'll be going to town for sure.
I
And then we're gonna
almost
throw the
everyone has one.
we're gonna throw the 3, 2, 1 music behind that video for sure, no doubt.
Yeah.
Good. Awesome.
Definitely saw a lot of videos floating around of kids stealing entire bowls of candy that were left in front, caught by the ring cam. I was like, you can't do stupid pranks. You can't do stuff like that anymore. It's everywhere, and people can't wait to play gotcha and look for their social media pop or whatever the reason is. Like you can't throw eggs at homes anymore. You can't do anything. It's a damn shame.
Eggs,
Can't
I mean, you
steal.
could be outside
Could if you got a
of the
good
line of
enough arm.
sight. Yeah, right.
It's I don't know, man. Like our ring camera goes well into the street. You see everything. All
Ski
the cars
masks.
that pass by. Yes.
Drive by.
Oh my god. Well, this sounds like a fun Let's get together. Let's do some egg
Ooh.
drive-bys this January.
Ooh, all right.
I got a
some
couple
homes on the
ideas
list.
of houses we can egg for sure.
Yep.
I've got a list.
I know Gertch is down. He's going to lead the charge on this one. All right. We go 10 toes down. We do it every Thursday. Our hottest takes, where we stand on a particular topic. Those are next. Everybody jumps in. We go around the horn. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The stakes are high.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure? Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
Everybody gets involved, 10 toes down. Our strongest take of the moment here on Thursday morning. Joe O, Sammy P, you got Bet Sweats. We'll get our future told to us by Gracie the Witch in 20 minutes. We'll wrap the show with our lightning bets, but first we go 10 toes down. Put all 10 toes down. We have a strong take. Sammy P always starts us off. Sam, what is your 10 toes down for this week?
My 10 toes down is a 3-part section. So number 1, Oregon going to roll USC. USC, a much different team on the road than it is at home. And if they let the Oregon Ducks play with the physicality that Jeff was talking about when he snuck in here about 40 minutes ago, he is right. USC will not have an answer. They're going to be down early, and really they can't stop the run. And that's what Oregon's great at. Oregon healthy on the offensive line. Oregon going to do whatever it wants offensively against a team that, yes, can throw, but is going to struggle to run, is going to be down a bunch, and having to play catch-up. So I think Oregon, if you could lay 9.5 right now, I think it's a really good bet. So my first part of a 3-part 10 toes down, Oregon. Lay the points and lay it before it gets to 10 everywhere. Part 2, Mike Tomlin is going to beat the Bears this weekend. I don't even care if it's Rodgers or Rudolph. I've decided the Bears will lose on Sunday. And part 3 of 10 toes down, my doctor will never, ever, ever, ever get this thyroid. 10 toes down.
It's his, and you can't have it. Okay? It's his body. Not getting his thyroid. All right, very good. 10 toes down. My mind, there is one particular team that I'm thinking about in the National Football League, and we got some unfortunate news yesterday involving one of them, but this one relates to my 10 toes down. You've got the Atlanta Falcons. Okay. They have now lost 5 straight games, 3-7 on the season at New Orleans coming up. Kirk Cousins is going to be under center. We got word yesterday, Michael Penix, another season-ending injury. The 5th one of his career. Partially torn ACL. The 3rd torn ACL of his football career. So I started thinking about the Atlanta Falcons in their future, and our guy Ian McMillan, I'm wondering if he's in a good place right now. Probably a worse place if they lose to the Saints and Jets coming up over the next couple of weeks. Here's my 10 toes down with the Atlanta Falcons. Raheem Morris will be fired. They're going to stumble to the end of the season. How could you not with Kirk Cousins under center? If it's not Kirk Cousins, it's going to get even worse. It's going to be a bad last 7 games. Yeah, there's that many more games left in the season for Atlanta. Raheem Morris is going to get fired. Terry Fontenot's the GM. Terry Fontenot started in that organization as a marketing intern. Been there for a long time. Really climbed the ladder. I'm sure Falcons fans would say, see, this guy's not even qualified to be our GM. No wonder we suck. Fontenot took over early 2021. Raheem Morris is his second coach. That's it. End of the line. 0 playoff appearances. 5 years you're the general manager. We're not even close. You fail with Arthur Smith. You fail with Raheem Morris. I've seen enough. Fontenot gets fired. Clean house in Atlanta. Morris fired. Fontenot fired, which means Ryan Pace gets fired because he's working there too. And the Atlanta Falcons will draft another quarterback because Penix, with a 3rd ACL, a 5th season-ending injury, so now you're going to put all your chips into that basket? And you got Cousins now? You're going to have to. Here's the problem. They traded their 1st-round pick for James Pierce. They don't have a 1. It goes to the Rams. They keep on losing. It's probably going to be a top 10 pick that goes to one of the best teams in football. With their 2nd-round pick next year, after cleaning house, the Atlanta Falcons will take a quarterback whoever's left. We know it probably won't be Simpson, Mendoza. Whoever's left after that, best available, the Falcons will take, and they will suck too, because it's not going to be a good quarterback. That's my 10 toes down. The Atlanta Falcons are falling apart in a season in which they had very high expectations. Paul Aspen, what is your 10 toes down? I went with one that I know there's no way that Paul's going to be on because we keep landing on the exact same thing.
Correct. But as you got talking to the Falcons, it got me to add a toe. So 10 toes down, Kirk Cousins will throw for the most passing yards this weekend against a Saints pass defense that is 25th.
How did you both? How? How does this keep happening?
I just came up with it now, Sam. This was not planned.
Oh,
this was not
Is
planned.
Drake
Once you
London
got
playing?
going-
Is Drake London playing?
Darnell
this week?
Mooney's playing, Joe. Probably.
He's doubtful.
Right?
London's
I saw that.
doubtful.
He's on my fantasy team. I saw that on my fantasy team. That's fine. Feed Mooney. So yeah, against the terrible
Passing
Saints pass
yards
defense
leader.
in a dome. Kirk Cousins.
Cousins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't
care where he's
so that's
playing.
an addendum, one might say. We're gonna go Cardinals. You know I have to go here. The Cardinals are going to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Every time people want to put their trust in the Jaguars, it falls apart. Huge win as a 3-point dog against the Chargers for the Jaguars. Flip the script. And the Cardinals are going to do that same to the Jaguars this weekend. Probably a red zone pick, turnover, or a couple of them for the Jags. Cardinals, look, we've seen them play with Jacoby Brissett. Took the Colts down the wire. They outgained the Niners like by a ton last weekend. Cardinals, live dog this weekend. They'll win outright. And I want to see where Gertch goes before I decide on my last one.
Okay, we got another one that we're holding on to. I think. All right, Jake Hassan, what is your 10 toes down? We'll get to Gertch in a moment.
I got a couple. I'll start with the NFL. I've been saying this one for weeks, but I think the Bears win this week. I think they beat Aaron Rodgers, send him off into the sunset. And then next week on Black Friday, when none of us are here, the Bears just get stomped by 1,000,000 by the Eagles on the road. Everybody's going to be all excited. Bears win 9 of their last 10 and then just get their hearts ripped out of their chest on a holiday weekend. National television by the Eagles. And everyone's just going to, of course, overreact to that one then. And then just like to remind everyone that it was around this time that we started making the parlays of Jack Cags, which, of course, did not come. But two names for us to start parlaying because Rookie of the Year is open. So the first, I got one for the National League, one for American League. I'll start in the National League because that's the shorter price. At 13-1, if you want to start parlaying some NFL, some college football, whatever you got. 13-1, Bryce Eldridge of the San Francisco Giants. He did come up at the end of the year last year, played 10 games with the Giants. I usually like guys that have made their debut in a small sample, gotten a taste of the majors already. The dude's like 6'7", 250, just absolutely rakes. Has a spot open on the opening day roster. I like it. I didn't do the 6'7" thing on purpose. I hate that Paul called it out immediately. Kind of want to not do it now, but whatever, we're here. So 13-1, let's get those parlays cooking. And then in the American League, Max Clark, 100-1 initial price for the Detroit Tigers. He's top 5 prospect in baseball. Tigers are going to want to go for it. Should make the opening day roster. He's unbelievably good in center and at the plate. I love him. I think he's way mispriced. You want him to start making some parlays, just start getting that price up and up, especially for us because, little
or
unsure.
Could just bet 100-1. Yeah.
Or could also just bet 100-1.
Kids already love Max Clark. Like, they know about Max Clark now. His batting gloves are one of the most popular ones out there. I was like, who?
Like Harper hype?
Not that
like
big
he's
yet,
like if
but if
PCA was less annoying and better at baseball.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. He's already got a lot of buzz there. So I can see that one for sure if he puts a good season together. All right. We have Gertch remaining. Maybe we
Bears
get back
hat.
to Paul.
Bears have the Indiana sweatshirt.
Oh, boy.
I can't wait. Basketball props. Let's find out. Gertch, what do you have for your 10 toes down?
All right, guys. So I am going to go to Steelers-Bears on Sunday, and I think that the Steelers are just going to absolutely destroy the Bears. I'm with Sam, and we're going to go a little bit further, Sam. I think that the Steelers are going to win by 2 touchdowns. You can get Steelers alt spread minus 14.5 at plus
Bears moon. Hell yeah. That's what I was waiting for. That's exactly what I was waiting
Needed
for.
it.
Let's
Needed
go.
it.
Oh,
Let's also go with Bears under the team total of 23.5. You can get that at minus 104. I can't find any player props yet, but as soon as the TJ Watt sack props come out, hammer the over. And Paul's guy, Kenny Gainwell, over his rushing yards prop. Let's go.
Gainwell.
We all know that Rodgers still owns the Bears. He'll do it one more time in his career. Steelers, minus 14.5.
If I could do this, I would do it.
That is.
Hey, watch out for that thyroid, Sam. Jeez.
That's true.
Not only did he completely gut Sam after Sam says Pittsburgh money line, I think he gave out the most bets on any team all season long. He gave out Pittsburgh, a Bears team total, TJ Watt props, Kenny Gainwell props.
Kenny Gainwell. Kenny Gainwell for a touchdown. Kenny Gainwell anytime touchdown. How about that? I can't find the player props.
All right.
Is Jalen Warren going to play? We don't know yet.
I think I got to go Survivor now.
That was
when we were doing the Survivor segment and Paul had mentioned Bears. I was like, he will be happy when we get to 10 toes down because I am all over the Steelers.
I just sent my list. And I whittled down my NFL list to 2. I like to do 2 NFL. And I crossed off Seahawks minus 13 and shipped Steelers. And that was 10 minutes ago. And I'm already crushed.
This is way worse than the room. You know this. Way worse.
Yeah.
Well, Paul?
One would argue, though, he could be due. He could be due to hit everything.
Yeah. You're going to rely on the do factor?
Gainwell, 200 yards. Yeah.
I'm doing 3+ touchdowns. I don't care what the number is. 3+. Paul, so does this change what was hanging in the balance for you?
Yeah. Yeah. My third toe or whatever was going to be Bears steamroll the Steelers. So we are now, that is 10 toes down on that. I was waiting for Gertch. I was hoping he wasn't going to be on the Bears. So this is perfect. Steamroll.
No luck factor, block or whatever. Crazy return at the end, fumble, game-winning kick,
touchdown,
multiple score. Okay. Gertz said 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Sam?
The opposite way.
Looking back about 3 minutes ago, I wish I didn't try and strangle myself with that thing.
Well,
I
was thinking like, video optics. I was like, but do I care?
What did you grab?
I mean, I care for your health. I was just like,
I just saw the end
It's it's the thing that pulls the blinds up.
Oh,
it's the light
not
shade.
long, not long enough to do the trick.
He pulled the window up as he's doing that, and someone across the way in New York is like, "What the hell is going on over there? Call for help."
You're right. I'm gonna close this window.
Yeah,
man.
Just watching Sam fall into the pit of despair as Gertch continued to talk and just continued to double, triple, quadruple down was very funny.
Unexpected.
As soon as I saw the Bears hat,
sorry,
that was sweet relief.
Well, was it Indiana? Was it Bears? It ended up being Bears. 3 of you guys have strong takes on the Bears game. Sam is on Pittsburgh. We'll see. I can't wait now. Is it going to be vintage Rodgers coming back from the dead or what? But if it's
okay,
if it's Rudolph,
another toe down.
It's anticlimactic. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers' wife will not be at the game.
Way to go out on a limb, Paul.
Yeah. Is it Staley? No idea.
Now,
no idea.
Here's what you have to wonder, and I think everybody is thinking about this. What happens when the room comes Bears -2.5.
The room will
Birch is on
never.
Steelers.
The room is
not coming
never
Bears.
laying Bears
Yeah.
2.5.
Room's not coming Bears. I don't see it. What if the room goes
Got it.
Pittsburgh? Is that
Double Jeopardy?
Oh man. All right.
Gertz, do we have a
The
disclaimer
excitement-
you can play going to break?
Yes. Hope you're listening today. The excitement doesn't stop. Gracie the Witch drops by.
Oh, perfect.
Hopefully it's positive news for Sam. We'll find out next. We'll find out about our futures right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I gave you my birth time, my birth date, and my birth location. Again, we don't have much time, but we have enough time for a good time. What does the spirit say about my times?
Oh, you were born like right after a full moon because you have an Aries sun and a Libra moon. So that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Just a taste of what we're going to get coming up. Gracie the Witch is back. Joe O, Sammy P. Everyone has been looking forward to this moment in the show. You can find her on X at North Astrology. So Gracie has all the information, the birthdays, locations, and times. And that's the info that she needed so she could help us out and find out what is next for all of us. Gracie, thank you so much for coming back on the show. How are you?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing great. You know, outside of the Chiefs being 5-5, everything's going well in my life.
Yeah. You've got to follow Gracie on social. It's just outstanding content. And really, the football conversations have been really fascinating over the years, following the Chiefs, who have been very kind to you and very kind to a lot of bettors. But you know the drill. We're not here to talk about the Chiefs. We're here to talk about us, because our
Absolutely.
show is not long in the tooth. And you have, if you want to flash up all the notes that you have written down, Joe, she came prepared. She has so many notes. I believe we have Joe, myself, Paul, and Jake. Gerch opted out because he couldn't find his birth certificate. So he will be sitting on the bench for this one. Where would you like to start? I'll give you the baton and you can take it wherever you'd like.
Absolutely. So, Sammy, I obviously have seen your chart before, got to read that one on the last show, and you have so much packed in your third house. And the third house is the one that I really want to focus on for you guys, because you all have third house placements. It's the house of communication, media, journalism, short distance travel, and just yapping in general. It's very brainiac centered. So you guys are all highly intellectual. So I'm not worried about what's going to happen next to you all. You know, with Sam's Mars in his sixth house, he's got to do something that's competitive and fun and actually stimulates his brain. When I went to Joe's chart, it was super exciting because he is also a Cancer rising like myself. So he is ruled by the moon. And that means that the moon is the most important planet in his chart, or the luminary, so to speak. And his moon happens to be in Pisces at the degree of an aviator floating in the clouds. So Joe is meant to travel the world, see different cultures, you know, embrace all these things. And it's a very global placement. It's also a lot with the feet, since Pisces rules the feet. So maybe like a pilgrimage of some sort there, you never know, a hiking trail, some sort of adventure awaits him, as well as I noticed that Joe's Mars is right on his MC. And that's the placement we look for when we talk about athletes and sports in general. And so with Sam's Mars being in Gemini, it's highly intellectual, it's very analytical and numbers based. And then we get to Joe's Mars, which is in Aries, and it's way more about competition. It's way more fiery. It's way more anger based. Sometimes you might be known for a little bit of a temper. But you know, those are things that help shape you in the long run.
He did just talk about blasting his kids with the leaf blower the other day.
Oh my gosh.
That's
That's
would make
perfect,
sense, right, Joe?
And Aries rules over children, so directing that towards your children is even more poignant.
Travel the world. If anybody on that show, I would guess that would be Paul Aspen, because he's a man that's traveled the world. I have not done much traveling, I would say so, yet in my life. But man, that's interesting. Feet. That doesn't mean feet finder, right?
No, not at all. That is definitely more of like you are active with your feet. You're either on your feet a lot, you're running around a lot, but you do have to take care of your feet. They are a sense of spiritual connection for you.
I guess I should get that.
Don't you need foot surgery? Don't you need? Yeah, you need foot surgery. Yeah. He does. He actually needs foot surgery.
Are you serious? Yes. That's wild. You need to take care of your feet. They're a very crucial part to your life.
Oh man.
My favorite chart, though, I do have to have a little bit of a bias here. My favorite chart was Paul's. Paul has this amazing Moon and Jupiter conjunction in his 12th house, and this is the storm chaser degree. It is known as the unexpected thunderstorm. So I don't know if you have any like desires to chase storms, but it's in your chart very loudly.
Not top of the list, but
Okay.
you know, it's time for a change. Maybe we could see.
I love
Weather
that.
Channel.
And you know, you guys both, Paul and Jake have both very interesting charts. I did enjoy that Jake has his moon in Virgo as well as his north node in Virgo. So that's very physical. That's very connected with the body. And that's also a little bit neurotic. So you need to remember to breathe a lot.
Yeah. Breathe.
Weighted blanket.
Checks
Yeah.
out.
But you know, with
Checks
Jake's
out.
chart, he's a Leo rising. He's very front facing, very much center of the stage, enjoys being in the center of the stage as well. And you also have a very financially lucrative life ahead of you. So things might feel a little bit like squeamish right now, but they're definitely going to get better for sure.
Let's go.
Jake, go ahead. I know you have follow-ups, Jake.
I thought you'd have more follow-ups about me than I do.
If you guys are looking for the next direction, though, you guys all have a lot of solid business placements as well as media and communication placements. So I don't think it's going to be something that's down long. Joe, for you do have a really big transit coming up in June of 2026, and that is your Jupiter return. And that is when all the abundance that you have given out in the world comes back to you.
Good, because that's when my severance is up.
Perfect.
I was mentally doing the math. I was like, that's perfect timing.
I love that you guys are kind of so lighthearted about this. A lot of people will be like, oh my gosh, it's all ending. But like, there are so many new beginnings that come with endings. So I know that you guys are going to be set, especially because you're so entertaining. You have a great dynamic, and you guys actually have a lot of placements that work all well together. So if there was something where you guys wanted to go out on your own and try to entrepreneur your way through it, you absolutely could.
Guys, I mean, storm content. Who's coming with me? We're basically doing Twister
go.
3.0.
Yeah, I'm in Kansas, so storm chasing is a big thing here.
We could send Paul, like every week, we could send Paul to the worst weather city where there's a game, and Paul can do live reports as he's getting blown into the lake or whatever.
That would be
Something
perfect.
to think about. Captivating
You know,
content.
Joe will
Send
be
Paul
out
to
traveling the
Buffalo, hang out with
world.
Shope.
I'd do that.
Am I the only one with the temper moon out of the four
You
of
don't
us?
have a temper moon. You have a really emotional moon. And so that can be like there's
Oh,
just a
boy.
flood of emotions within your chart. You know, Jake's moon is over at 22 degrees Virgo. And then we have Paul's moon at 2 degrees Aquarius. Those are a little bit more behind the scenes, a little bit more analytical. They're a little bit more. So it's kind of fitting that producer wise. And then having Joe's moon in the 9th house there, and then having Sam's moon in the 9th house. It's very much a travel. So maybe you guys could do like a road show. I don't know if you guys have any interest in traveling and going to different places, but there's very much an air of travel and hitting all over the world. So you could just be globally famous from wherever it is that you're streaming, and that's another option as well.
Okay,
I
would like
twist
to.
my arm.
I would like to ask about anything that you uncovered or anything you found that you saw and went, ooh. I mean, there had to be something.
I mean, the one reason that I said that Paul's chart was one of the favorite ones to look at is because he is going through the most intense transit with Pluto conjunct his moon right now. So there's a lot of emotional obstacles as well as transformation happening. Not sure if you're into aliens at all, but that is also a very like big UFO and like extraterrestrial and like all things unknown placement to have your moon in the 12th house. You also need a lot of alone time. That is something that's definitely going to be hitting. And then with Jake's chart, the South Node is currently transiting all of his Virgo placements. And Jake has 6 placements in Virgo. So that's very much daily routine is important. Keeping your health up is important. Making sure that you aren't too nervous. Your gut health is really important because all the planets rule over different areas of the body too. So that's why I mentioned all that.
Going to space, guys.
There are
Yes, I'm here for this.
By yourself.
Yeah.
By yourself.
Literally send me to the moon. Whatever.
Just get me out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys agree, but there are definitely some things here that are mentioned. I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty
I think
spot
the foot
on.
surgery one was pretty loud. I was like, if that
Yeah.
is something that you need to do, you absolutely need to get that done before February 2026, if you can.
It's good timing.
Yeah, I guess this
Maybe.
winter. Yeah. Yeah.
Time
it's
to
not a
take care
bad
of your
idea.
feet. Yeah,
All
and
right.
honestly,
I'll do it.
Patrick Mahomes has a lot of the same Virgo transits going on that Jake has. There's a lot of intense, back and forth struggles. He's got his Saturn return happening right now, and Saturn returns are difficult when you're coming of age around 30, 31, 32. That's when Saturn return hits the hardest, and it can be a big shift. It can be a crumbling of sorts. It's all about your health and wellness, and I haven't seen anything bad for Mahomes in the upcoming game. If anything, the Chiefs have a huge chance right now to take all of this misplaced energy. Mahomes is so fired up. He's so angry. Kansas City is a very big, small town, and the people that are around Mahomes are close by in the area. And it's like he has never been more angry about the way he's been playing, the way everyone else has been playing. And it's like this amped up energy. So if we can contain that and harness that going into that Colts game, we do have a strong chance the Chiefs are able to have this massive transit towards the end of January, which could piss everybody off again because they'd be back in the Super Bowl. But this really is obviously a make or break game coming up for them. And while they have a lot of transformative energy with Pluto in the South Node, it's going to be something that is up to them. But this upcoming game, the Vertex, which is the very, very highlight point of the chart, is in Virgo. So I do feel like Mahomes is going to shine and take this one on his back and get the win.
All right. If people are just checking in, they might be a little confused. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with Gracie the Witch at North Astrology over on social media. She's a big Chiefs fan, so that's why she had a lot of intel there on that team. What about college football? During our off-air conversation, Paul reminded us that when we had you on last year, you were in on the Ohio State Buckeyes, and we all know what happened there with them winning the championship. Is there anything that you're seeing in college football?
Right now in college, I'm going to go all in on Georgia. I'm a huge fan of their program, and anyone that has that cute of a mascot, you got to go with. And it's a very feminine answer of me to be going with the mascot here, but also the stars do line up quite a bit. So Ohio State had an incredible run last year. They also won the game on their lunar return. So that was definitely a highlight for me to see and learn more with Ohio State. And that was just kind of one of those runs that you just watch and you're like, yeah, this all makes sense. So with Georgia, I'm definitely going to be in on them.
I might have to get some Georgia stock because Joe and I last year predicted Ohio State. You came on the show, didn't even know our predictions. You predicted Ohio State, and then we didn't even bet it, and it cost us money because we didn't listen to our inner voice and in your beliefs, and it cost us. It's our own fault, honestly.
You got to get one of those spiritual councils like Kelly in Vegas has.
Yep. Well, we also called Notre Dame, Ohio State, if I could speak, Ohio State over Notre Dame, and we didn't bet that one either.
Wow. You guys definitely, I mean, obviously there's a lot of betting placements in all of your charts too. You guys all have fifth house placements. Joe, you have the most fifth house placements. So betting and hobbies are definitely something that stick out to you. And it's something that is quite spiritual to you. I have written down that betting and also women give you many blessings, especially groups of women.
Let's go. Let's go.
You've got this.
That's amazing.
Feet,
That's so good.
Women. That's what I'm
Travel.
About.
Yeah.
Travel.
We'll see you in Valhalla, Joe.
Living the life for sure.
This is awesome.
Phenomenal.
I love
was there anything else NFL wise aside from your Chiefs that you think is noteworthy?
I've been following along with a lot of the teams, and a lot of the teams were founded around the same time. So I use a chart from the day that they were founded or announced or had permission to found. And so they're all right there in the late 50s, early 60s. So a lot of the old guard teams are having these rougher years. Philadelphia is one of them for sure. They're having these south node transits as well. And the south node is like this karmic reckoning magnet that goes around, and it's a nodal point on the moon. It's not an actual planet or placement. So it's just this vibe, and it's a bad vibe right now. The NFL in general has the same birth date as Patrick Mahomes. So if you want to know if they're struggling a little bit, they absolutely are. They have an exact birth chart since they were at like 6:10 p.m. in Canton, Ohio on September 17th. And they have a lot of struggles coming up. So I think that there's going to be a lot more reform, especially in the concussion and CTE stuff that's going on with the transit of Chiron and Aries. So the NFL has a lot of paperwork coming up, a lot of possible protesting coming up, and really they just want to make sure that everything is as smooth as possible because there's a lot of changes going on in the NFL in general. But Philadelphia Eagles have been one of the ones that I've been watching, and I'm like, damn, they really are getting hit just as hard as the Chiefs are. So it's been hard to watch, but those two Super Bowl teams were, matching up at the beginning of the year, and we had a lot of high hopes. But for now, we're just hoping that the Chiefs can get to another win at some point this season.
There you go, Gracie the Witch at North Astrology. Thank you so much for your time. We have a lot to unpack on the other side about what we just heard. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming up in a few minutes. We'll see if we have some room stuff, but we just got a lot of stuff in the last segment from Gracie the Witch. I don't think it disappointed at all. Great idea, Sam, to bring her on and tell us our future. I don't think she was pandering, do you? To where it was like it was going to be all positive stuff? Because it wasn't all positive, but I enjoyed it. Sam, remind us, you were the first one, so I kind of forget because it was a while ago. What were the big takeaways from what she told you?
That I'm in for something very competitive and that I will use
Yes.
my brain and a lot of analytics and that I will be just fine, basically, is what I heard. Now, maybe I misheard that because that's what I wanted to hear, but it sounded like that it's going to be a very competitive time for me. I don't know. Again, like some of this stuff, let's be very honest. Some of this stuff is a little vague. She got pretty specific, though, with a bunch of things. Like if you read the horoscopes in the paper and it's like Aries, good fortune will find you soon. Shut up. You know, like if you want to come on a show and say you need to get your feet figured out, and then Joe says he's been putting off foot surgery, that's what I'm talking about. There were a little vague tones. I guess, but she did expand and she did get specific with a lot of things. And that's why I think some people have a hard time with astrology, because a lot of the stuff that we hear is very like safe, right? You
Fortune
don't take
cookie.
risks. Yes, it's very safe. It's very conservative. You don't take chances. You don't make grand predictions. But for her to say that you need to take care of your feet and you have something coming June 26th and you're like, oh, that's when my severance runs out. Like, we didn't tell her anything aside from our date of birth, our time of birth, and our location. So we gave her none of that. And I think she got pretty aggressive with a lot of the projections.
And for me, someone who's going to travel the world, she kept going back to that. I'm like, wait a second. She's talking to someone who has a 6th and a 7th grader. I have not done much traveling in my life at all. Like I've left the country like once. Like Paul's the world traveler on the show. So I thought that was really interesting and not something that I envisioned. The women was also very interesting. Lots of women. That's what I heard. Did I mishear it?
No, groups
of women. I'm a fan of women. I'm an advocate for women.
Always said that about you.
I like women.
And
so I think she nailed it.
Your temper too. Your temper moon.
Oh, the temper. Man, she got me. What does she know? Who'd she talk to? She talked to my wife? That's my question. I didn't tell her what the birth time was for, so she had no idea. Paul is we're going to see Paul pretty soon on the new season of Unsolved Mysteries, because he's going to be breaking down UFOs.
UFOs and storms. I got to go back and listen and like digest and translate a bit. So yeah, we'll see. I was like, for a minute, I was like, did she get would she have maybe switched up our charts, like with the travel? And then I don't know, I could see you being a storm chaser, but
me
no.
being the UFO guy.
Well, yeah. The storms thing I've got to dive back into. Yeah.
Do you believe believe in aliens?
Sure.
Yes, he does. He's a believer.
Yeah.
That was another moment when I almost laughed out loud when she asked Paul, "Do you like aliens?" or something like that. I'm like, where is this going? You know?
Not anti.
Oh, I can't wait to talk to Kelly about this tomorrow.
I will say,
she's very interested.
Like Jake's always been, the ocean is scarier than space. I've always been more of a space guy than Jake, I think. So that makes sense.
Yeah. What do we get on Jake? Do we get anything?
Aside from being rich,
yeah,
he's going to have some physical connectivity, I believe is what I heard.
With?
Hell yeah.
I don't
Attaboy.
know. I was hoping for a name.
HM.
I wanted a name so bad. I wanted a name.
I love it.
HM is crazy.
Oh man, that was well worth it though. That was good. Gertch is probably jealous. He wishes he could find the deposit box and get his birth time info. There's no doubt. I'm kind of scared what would have been said about Gertch, but who knows? Maybe he was as well. All right, lightning bets time. Did we get anything on the room?
We got
Oh,
the room.
good. Cool.
Oh, we got the room.
What do we have?
Yeah.
Where's the room?
What do we have?
All right, top 5 most bet props at BetMGM for tonight's Thursday night football game. Number 5, Josh Allen under 30.5 passing attempts.
Against this defense, maybe that's about game script. I don't know where to go with that one. Under 30.5 attempts. All right.
Okay. Nico, number 4, Nico Collins over 5.5 receptions made.
Juice?
Yeah, they did not include him, so I can dig that up.
Okay. It's all right. No worries.
Yeah.
Probably minus 125, minus 130.
Probably.
I think number 3 might be our fade.
Okay.
It is Jaden Higgins over 29.5 receiving yards.
The Nico juice
by
is
the
minus
way.
140.
Minus 140. Yep.
Huh.
Of course.
Okay. Did you say Higgins over or under?
Over.
Over 29.5 receiving yards. Okay. Yeah. A little off the beaten path.
Ooh,
About
I
1
think
and
I
2.
found our fade because everyone saw this dude catch a missile from like halfway down the field. Tyrell Shavers over 22.5 receiving yards.
That's the one.
Yep.
Yes.
That's the one.
And that was a great catch, but Allen was finding everybody. Remember, he threw it to 10 different receivers last week. 10. So Shavers just one of them, and he probably made the best play in the end zone. So that's going to stand out to people. No chance. I wouldn't take any receiver over on Buffalo. You don't know where it's going to go.
They spread it out too much. And also this Texans defense is really good. That's why I wouldn't be looking at a lot of player props over. I think this could be a really ugly football game. And we had Mike Shope on from WGR in Buffalo, and he said 20-17 final. Now, that leans into my Texans thought and Joe's under 43. So to hear Mike say that, it was refreshing because, we do have a lot of guests on. And if we have a Packers guest on, they're going to say Packers by 14. If we have a Lions guest, they're going to say Lions by 25. To have a Bills guest on that says, oh, no, they're not a lock to win this thing, and it's going to be close. That is refreshing. I'll speak for myself.
For sure. Totally agree.
Juice on Shavers, minus 118. So pretty in the neighborhood of where they usually list these, not like a minus 140 like Nico. And then the number 1 most bet prop at BetMGM for tonight. Joe, I think you had the right angle going with Nick Chubb because they're on Woody Marks over 64.5 rushing yards.
Enjoy that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Enjoy that. I get it. Who's the RB1 for the Texans? Look at this matchup. Bills can't stop the run. Not a surprise at all. But this guy has not been producing. He's really not doing much. I know he's getting the majority of the work. But yeah, I'll start it off. Chubb's my play. Chubb's my prop in this game. 20.5 is available, I think, at BetMGM, a slightly juiced 21.5, just about every other book. So I'm going over on Chubb rushing yards, and I'm playing the under in this game. I'm holding off, though, Sam, because I think there's a decent chance that we do see a 44. It's 43.5 across the board. But as we get closer to the game, Josh Allen playing, wouldn't surprise me if this total bumps up to 44. So I will be playing the under and Chubb rushing yards. How about you?
I like the Chubb play. Let's make that a show bet. I'll tail the Chubb bet, and then also I'm going to take the Texans, and the best number I can get right now, I believe, is +6. Oh my goodness, the sixes are gone. All gone. Did not realize that.
All
we
of
were
them.
hypnotized by me trying to strangle myself with the cord and Gracie the Witch. We missed the move from 6 to 5.5. I'm still in. If they lose by exactly 6,
there's a couple sixes.
let's just call it Houston +5.5. I saw this, by the way, during one of our breaks. Gator Place, who follows the show, tweeted at us. Kevin Masari tweeted this out. Houston is a house of horrors for the Bills. Horror. They have lost their last 5 games and have not won there since 2006. Josh Allen is 0-3 there in Houston. Not that that's a big sample size, but kind of plays into the mindset that this is not a layup for the Buffalo Bills tonight.
No, it's not. And Mike's mentioned that is definitely on the minds of Bills fans for tonight. Paul Aspen, what are you doing for LBs?
Muted. Aliens got your mic.
I'll go with the Shaver. That's my alien voice. I'll go with the Shaver's fade under 22.5. I'll tail our guy Mike Shope on Moore, Elijah Moore at 10-1 for an anytime touchdown. And I'll just reiterate, because we got the Gracie stamp of approval, Georgia 10-1. Get it
There
well.
you go. What do you remember what it was before Texas?
Ooh,
like 12. Like 12.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge move. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Not a bad look. Jake, anything?
I mean, I think I have to play Max Clark 100-1 Rookie of the Year now, right? Like after Gracie said, "What a lucrative financial future."
Serious question.
Could
that move? Like, would that something like that move? Do you think it'll get enough like love to
Clark?
move
Probably not
Yeah.
until spring. Like if he has it'll be like a Cags thing. Like if he has a big spring, then it'll drop. But I mean, after hearing what we just heard, I feel like got to do it.
Yep. I could see that that number dropping a little bit. All right. Good early look there. For Sam, I'm Joe, and for Paul and Jake, that was fun. That was interesting. I'm going to have to go back to that Gracie segment and listen again, just so I get all of the details. I think each of us will do that. We'll talk about the football tomorrow right here on Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.